Yo.
Hey guys, what's up?
Yeah.
So I'm eating some sugarcane, raw sugarcane right now.
Nice. I saw the video.
Shit's amazing. There's one thing I don't like. It's processed sugar. But sugarcane, it just has something. You know, it has this natural flavor that comes with it. And it's really interesting. So I had a very interesting adventure. Done things. Just got back from the forest, actually. It's fucking hilarious. A whole bunch of interesting chain of events had occurred. You would not even believe it. But we did the follow the white rabbit thing. And it ended up pretty well. So that's pretty cool. Now we're here. A little bit delayed, at least 2 hours delayed. I was anticipating something like that would happen. Yeah, what else has been going on? I've been offline for a little bit as well in between. A lot of dead zones. There's places where there's like literally zero reception. So it doesn't matter in which way you scream, no one's gonna hear you. So I was there for a little bit. It was pretty cool. So we did a lot of things, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah. Hence the picture that my subs got. So, epic. How's it? I noticed that Elon has finally doubled down on starting his political party. That's pretty interesting.
Right. Yeah, huge announcement. Yeah.
I'm not sure how far it will go, because generally in America, there's a problem. There's that third parties don't necessarily survive. So we'll see how he deals with that. Maybe you'll just like get to certain positions, I guess. That's probably really what the goal is. And you're able to kind of shift things around. I'd imagine that's what's going to happen. But realistically, it's still pretty tough to exist as an independent third party. So yeah. Also, Trump's been going pretty heavy. The big, beautiful bill has passed.
Yep.
No, it's fine. To all the religious people and such who think, oh yeah, this is a great thing. By the way, did you guys check that none of the gender-affirming care was taken out of it? Like, I think a lot of people campaigned for that, but no, that's still in there, so there you go. Just thought I'd bring that one up. It's a funny little tidbit, but, you know, that's what's in there. Yeah, man. So it's a very interesting situation. You have to, like, financially adapt to the impact that bill has created. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
the debt ceiling, pretty bad.
Yeah. No more debt ceiling is pretty interesting. I mean, I'm not sure if people are familiar with infinite money printer, but I'm pretty sure this generation will be very familiar with that. So, yeah, cool stuff.
Yep.
Exciting times. Sure, tell us about infinite money printers.
Excellent news. Infinite money printers. You mean the thing that lets governments just continuously inflate the fiat currency?
Exactly.
And that thing that has historically brought down the value of every currency that's ever had it? Really?
Yeah.
So that's great news. Lovely. Just great to hear.
Yeah, man. It really is. It's incredible.
Wonderful. Great stuff.
Sorry, I'm still a bit distracted by my sugar cane. Give me a minute. I'm eating this shit like a goat. Vera, have you ever eaten raw sugar cane?
Yes, but I was a kid at the time, and my teeth and jaw were not powerful enough to achieve such a task. Instead, it just kind of hurt my mouth a lot. Real.
Been there. As a kid, I started that shit out also. It was really difficult. And then I got used to it. And so even as a kid, I had like, so because I was always a very curious child, when I was like driven around in a stroller, what I'd always do is I'd like try to look around. So it's just try to like arch up and look around, right? And because I kept doing this all the fucking time, I literally developed a six-pack, as a baby, right? And so now imagine this. When I was like 14, 15, I started getting into the habit of eating sugar cane. And I don't just mean eating like a little bit of sugar cane occasionally here and there. No, man. I have destroyed entire fields of this shit. Okay? There's abandoned fields, and there's a little bit of sugar cane that's still left behind, and I fucking ate all of it. I was wombat maxing. We was making tunnels and shit through the grass. And then when I looked, I was like, oh, hey, Like, I could see what's happening. I saw the paths that I created. I was like, man, I hope nobody notices this. So let's just say I got used to it because I developed like next level fucking like jaw muscles and shit. And so I'd have a super cut like look about me, even as a kid. This is hilarious. So yeah. A little bit of six pack, super cut jaw. That's the situation. All thanks to autism. Yes.
I'm just picturing like other couples strolling up, seeing you in the stroller, and just being like, "Huh, it's a ripped ass baby. Nice."
Do they harvest it
Real.
with fire where you're at?
What happens?
Do they harvest it with fire where you're at?
Well, sugarcane is actually not harvested with fire. It's actually harvested with knives, but sometimes they tend to burn it so that they can like harvest it easier. Because like you have a lot of mass that is on the sugarcane. Hang on. There's a lot of mass that exists on the sugarcane that's useless, and so they want to burn it down. Small problem though is when you do that, the value of the sugarcane actually goes down because some of the sugar inside begins to boil, and that then causes issues, right? So you can't actually, you could do that, and people do that, and it's very fucking stupid. Actually, a great example of this is Hawaii, right? Because in Hawaii, constantly something gets burnt. It's because of that. Same shit. It's like, yeah, if you watched, I think it's illegal now. I think it's illegal now. But when you watch like old television series and shit like that, you'll see these moments where like there's just a burning field in the background. So that's pretty cool.
You said
In the United States, the way we subsidize it is we subsidize it when it's processed. So they don't really care about the quality when they're processing the sugar.
Gay.
what I mean. I thought all of our sugar came from corn.
No, some of it comes from beets. Some of it comes from
That
cane.
is true.
If you want to hear a wild story, like you should read up on the
Sugar
the
beets,
family that
danger
basically
apples.
that cornered that industry. Their name's the Fanjules. They're wild.
I mean,
It's a wild story.
I feel like they deserve some reward for looking at beets and going, nah, I could sugar that. I can make that work.
They're like Forbes refers to them as America's welfare family because they make so much money off of subsidies and regulatory capture.
Sounds like the government's broke. Tends to do that with agriculture in the US. It's very strange. Like, if you look up the legal codes in the state of Minnesota for like employer rights, you'll find all sorts of exceptions for things like bean farmers and corn farmers. And it's not just in that section of the legal code, it's like all throughout it, just exceptions for farmers because it's such a big part of the industry. It just gets litigated to high hell. It's kind of wild how it all works out.
That's everywhere though. It's not just like here we have that too. We had a sugarcane refinery that got shut down because the people in Florida who have basically monopolized the industry bribed a bunch of people in Mexico to steal a bunch of water so that we didn't have the water to grow our sugarcane. It's a wild industry. Agriculture is not as cut and dry once you get into like the bigger levels.
Agriculture is like a legalized form of meth cooking in which everybody has territories. There is a process for making things. You have a ton of product. You need to know your logistics and a ton of fucking espionage and sabotage. Yep.
I just hear that one song from Narcos.
Oh God. Also, like if you consider like say farmers, their rights, and like maybe employees' rights and whatnot when it comes to agriculture, some countries have a very easy solution to this, and these are primarily third world countries. You have no rights. That's a solution that they employ quite heavily. Is like nobody gets any rights because like it's not like you're actually working on their contract. They just like be taking you. It's like all right, from this time to that time today, you're going to be cutting this much, and then you get paid. Cane cutters. That's pretty easy, but it's also grueling work. It's a very simple task, but it's very grueling work. Take big cane knife, cut off top, cut off bottom, cut off parts on the side, load on big truck, take to fucking sugar mill, and boom, there you go. Reward, hopefully. Cool, huh?
I still want an industrial sugar cane juicer.
Yes, it's called your mouth.
Nah, they're like these big ass machines that just grind shit. I want to put other things in it and see what happens.
Okay. All right.
I was thinking you wanted to make rum or something.
Oh yeah, Vera, if you would have been alive during the Great Prohibition era, Jesus Christ, this guy's the mafia next. He'd be like the crazy fucking somewhat autistic sounding individual. It's like I don't even know, man.
What's that? You want alcohol? Well, I have several methods at my disposal. Which one would you like me to use? We're looking for volume or quality.
That's a good question. That's how he knows. That's how he knows that's how he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, it's about the volume.
I thought it'd be fun to. Go ahead, my bad.
Go ahead.
Just throw yeast and honey. Problem solved.
Yes. Now the distillation process is where it gets interesting. You know, it's not about. It's not
It
about.
also gets kind of explodey.
Yeah, it's not about how tasteful it is. It's all about how many brain cells you want to kill.
Yeah.
People always want to know
I
how
have
many
been to,
brain
like-
cells there are in things.
I have toured big ass distilleries, and they're just cool as fuck. All the big ass tubes to all of the distilling stills, like they just look cool. And I feel like when they were making the pipes, like they have to make bends in it for the condensation reasons, but in a lot of them they just get crafty with it, and they do these ornate like reelings of them just to make it look cool.
Yeah,
neat.
yeah.
I love the way the mash smells. It's nice.
It depends on the phase. There is a little bit of a phase when it's still green, where it's like just kind of it is way too strong for my nose. Like I've been to a factory after they roasted it. That's fine, but like before they've done that, and they're still like it's still planty. It has a very musky smell to it that I just do not care for. That may just be me.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm hungry, man. I am so fucking hungry. You need to make a proper ass meal. I haven't had a proper ass meal in fucking days. I was not planning for any of this shit. I've been in the same clothes for the last couple of days. It's really fucking stupid. I'm absolutely filthy.
What did you do?
Things. Lots of things. Don't worry about it. I was skulking around in the fucking forest climbing shit for reasons. Okay? I've been doing assessment. Okay, don't worry about it.
He was monitoring the situation.
Yes, I was monitoring the situation. More like assessing the situation that was about to occur. We're gonna remove a lot of carbon, fellas. We're gonna take the carbon from one place and turn it into houses and shit. Cause we was trees and shit.
Can't we turn it into diamonds?
Maybe. I mean, if you punch
Cool,
it
we
hard enough,
harvest diamonds from the air.
you could do that, but it's just kind of stupid to do it.
Yeah, but just once sounds cool.
Oh, you could definitely do it. It's just, yeah. It just doesn't make sense. It's the same reason why we don't, what the fuck was that text that I just read? Yikes. Damn, bro. Somebody in that fucking group chat. What the fuck was that? Yo,
Which one?
that's some zesty ass shit, man. You should probably go look into that. What the fuck? I don't even know what I was gonna say anymore, man. Fuck. No, I know exactly what I was gonna say. Sorry. So yeah, one of the issues with CO2, like taking it out of the air, is there's actually not that much of it in the air. By the way, for those people who don't know, the amount of the amount of CO2 that needs to exist in the atmosphere in order for it to cause a noticeable greenhouse gas effect is about 20%. We at current sit at 0.004%. 42% actually, but still the same. You would literally have to 500x the current volume of CO2 in the atmosphere to even get anywhere near a noticeable greenhouse gas effect. Basically what I'm saying is all the climatologists are retards and they should probably be just be taken away from computers and just be put in jail cells for the rest of their lives for all the economic damage that they're causing and for all the death that they've caused because they don't understand what the fuck they're doing. They're probably advocating for other quote-unquote solutions, but they're the actual problem, right? So yes, that is a massive situation. That is why when you buy CO2 canisters, the CO2 in those canisters is not captured from the air, like those environmental retards would have you believe, because they think, oh, so much of it in the air. It's actually chemically created because there's not enough of it in the air for it to make economic sense to actually extract it out of said air, put it in the thing, and then sell it to you as a product. Wild. Absolutely wild. And then they want to tell you about carbon capture. First of all, you don't need to capture the carbon, but if you want to capture the carbon, there's a thing that's called tree. Have you heard of it? It's an amazing thing. It's a big, beautiful thing. It turns carbon and soil stuff into fibers and shit. It's really cool. We make things from this called houses. Yes. Turns out we don't need to build our houses from fucking cardboard. Turns out that when the next fucking wildfire comes and takes out your entire neighborhood, maybe your house could have been built a little better instead of fucking plastic. That's why everything melts, and now the conspiracy theorists think there's fucking lasers everywhere. There are no space lasers, motherfucker! Calm down. Your houses are just American. They're shit.
Would be cooler if there were, though.
I mean, they're
That's a fun
technically are, but they transmit your internet, so don't worry about it. Oh, and then you're also going to have Jewish lasers soon. They're pretty cool. Ever heard of the Iron Beam? I think it's called the Iron Beam. It's a pretty cool thing. That's the thing that is going to be used to defend against incoming missiles, because sending missiles at stuff is really fucking stupid. It's literally just saying, Ooga Booga, see throwing rock. I must take my rock and throw against Ooga Booga's rock. Problem solved, right?
It's also way more expensive as well, right? You're spending $600,000 shooting down a $700 fucking rocket.
Exactly. It's some fucking Iranian ass bullshit that they cooked up and that's coming towards you. And you have your super advanced tracker missile thing, and then it doesn't even work half the time. So yes, lasers are the play, just melt the opposition. The missiles, I mean, not the people. Fuck.
I think it's $7 or something per laser.
Yeah, so now you put the economy on the other person. Oops. Now, see, the objective is you get the other country really mad at you, and then you get them to send some shit over so that they keep sending shit while you're shooting it down. Eventually, they're going to run out of money.
This is how the world should work. Trolling based. Troll your enemies as good as you can.
I mean, they kind of did that, but the Israelis that kind of do that by surgically taking out targets. Hey, there's a guy who lives in an apartment over here who we want to take out as a target, one of the IRGC people. Use a tracking missile to kill just that fucking dude inside of his apartment, bro. Damn, impressive. Or the time where they distributed all the pagers.
Yeah, that was a pretty good troll, not gonna lie.
That was something. That was something, man. Imagine infiltrating their supply that way. That is impressive. And it's pretty good. I mean, look, you have either an airstrike like Obama did, which flattens a lot of infrastructure. Nobody fucking talks about that. They want to talk about stuff that doesn't happen, but they don't want to talk about what actually had happened. There's a lot of evidence for this, right? But now you have this type of solution where it's hey, we're going to take out exactly the targets we want to take out. Minimize civilian casualties to a very, very specific extent. Very interesting. I don't like war. I don't like the fact that people got blown up. I don't like any of those things. I'm just saying that if you're going to blow somebody up, do it better, okay? That sounds very fucked up. It sounds insane. But there are solutions to these problems. That's one of the solutions, right? It's war is supposed to be involving as little civilian deaths as possible. And I think that was a demonstration of how surgically you can approach, kind of deal with that, that problem. So it's pretty cool.
I hear someone's pager going off.
Bruh. There's a specific song on that, but we're not going to sing it. Don't worry about it. Anyways, yeah. I'm going to have to shower next. That's what's going to happen. You're going to hear a lot of weird noises in the background. That's for sure. It's going to be a great situation. I got a big, beautiful bucket over here, you know, and I'm going to take that and pour it all over me. It's going to be absolutely amazing. You know, I don't think
the BBB we all want.
Exactly. Yes. Now there's BBD as well, but that one's like not NSFW, so we're not doing that. You're gonna have to wait until I inscribe myself on the Bitcoin blockchain. 3D scans, motherfucker. My dick is gonna be in all of your computers.
Real.
Figuratively, not literally.
No, like literally, there's gonna be a 3D scan of my dick on the Bitcoin blockchain. Anybody who runs a node, guess what? You're fucked.
Speaking of the Bitcoin blockchain, did you see that 50,000 Bitcoin got cashed in from a whale wallet last night?
86,000, I believe.
It's 8 dormant
Oh,
Satoshi
shit.
Air wallets moving around. Yeah, it's crazy.
Looks like somebody just got out of jail.
Good for them.
Now I wonder what they're
Moved
gonna
over
do
to
with it.
SegWit. Yeah, they moved a bunch of it from the legacy addresses to SegWit chain, which is kind of interesting.
Which means they're gonna use it.
Well, it's not just that though, right? So if you have quantum computers are able to break the old addresses, but they're not able to break the SegWit addresses unless you send the transaction from that wallet. So by moving it into that wallet, so what they're probably going to do with the new wallets is that anytime they make a new transaction, what's going to happen is that they're just going to transfer all the money to a new wallet like it was initially intended. So they're not going to reuse the same wallet. So the way that Bitcoin is right now, though with the old addresses, it was with quantum computers, you would be able to crack the encryption and basically get the private key. With the new addresses, it's only the private key is only breakable by quantum computers if you send a transaction from that wallet.
Yeah, so with each quote-unquote transaction, a new wallet is effectively created, and that's how you dodge that specific problem of transactions being sent from your wallet.
Yes.
It's also kind of interesting, because if you wanted to freak people out, you could do the inverse of that and just like send money to that wallet instead. So it's, you know, like Satoshi has all those inbound transactions. Like imagine if there was an exploit that utilized inbound transactions as well. Well, that would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? It would be kind of really fucked up. Not gonna lie.
Well, that's not like it's all the same because
Well, yeah, obviously that's why I was saying the
Yeah.
hypothetical would be absolutely fucking ass.
Yeah. But
Like
basically,
Bitcoin's going down
it already,
so hard when that happens.
If you use the SegWit addresses, with like the way Bitcoin was originally intended, with like UXTO, or is it UTXO?
UTXO, unsigned transaction.
Yeah. So if every time you send a transaction, if you basically don't do what Ethereum does, where everything is account based.
Yes, Ethereum is gay.
Yeah, and every time, like Bitcoin's original thing was every time you send a transaction, it creates a brand new address, right? So the same address isn't supposed to be reusable, but wallets, like modern day wallets, have basically made it so that the Bitcoin addresses are reusable. But that's not how Bitcoin is supposed to work. So if you use it like Bitcoin was originally intended with the SegWit addresses, the quantum computer becomes less of an issue.
Yes. We're still speculating about whether or not quantum computers are actually real.
As of now, they're kind of mostly bullshit, but like last year, they kind of became a reality, right?
So, Auda, do you think that it's a security issue? Like they did it for security reasons and that's why? Or do you think they're going to use the money? Or do you think they're going to cash like some elites have?
It's both.
I don't know what they're using.
It's likely just both.
Yeah. Or
security.
it could just be for security. Maybe they I don't know, maybe something happened, they woke up from a coma, or like they just got out of prison,
Yeah, you
or
like what
whatever the
you're
fuck
one of
happened.
like Silk Road people, went to jail, came out for something else, and you're like, oh wow, I remember, I still have this old dusty computer, we can use this. Dusty computer.
Yeah, if you come out and you kind of do some research, if you're like technical at all and you do research, you're like, okay, where is like quantum computer right now? Because I heard like 12 years ago they were saying like quantum computers might break it. Where is it now? Oh, if I switch to SegWit, that's not going to become an issue. Okay, then I'll switch to SegWit. That could be it. Or maybe it's someone that had access to it this whole time but never felt the need to sell, right? And he still doesn't plan to sell. But he's like, you know what? Like, I should probably move to SegWit because it's starting to get dangerous, whatever. Something like that.
Laura Cat, aren't we like, if you do inscription maxing, aren't we just all just taproot maxing also?
Yeah, in a sense. I mean, you're storing some amount of Bitcoin in a Taproot address with inscriptions, but it depends on how much padding is attached to a particular inscription and how many inscriptions you have. But it's not always as much Bitcoin as you might think. Just kind of depends.
Right. Good to know. Well, I don't think anyone's gonna hack me, so yeah. And if I get hacked by a fucking quantum computer, oh, dude, that's worth it. That's so fucking worth it. I'm gonna brag about that shit. First person to be hacked by a fucking quantum computer. I'm gonna brag about that shit. I don't care.
Epic.
I like the fact that I can say I genuinely got rugged by Donald Trump. We got fucking rug pulled by like the sitting president of the United States. That's pretty epic. The reason why all of that shit turned out to be a rug is because the fucking blockchain it was based on is a worthless piece of shit that should be deleted from reality. Solana. I fucking hate Solana. I'm never gonna do anything with Solana. I fucking hate that shit. Of all the things that I've ever done, of all the things I've experimented with, I have never, and I don't think I ever will, touch fucking Solana. I've literally touched XRP of all things, which I'm not entirely fond of, by the way. I'm also not entirely against it either, but I'm not touching fucking Solana. Rugger incubator piece of fucking shit blockchain, dog shit ass fucking super speculative piece of shit fucking crypto that's not even worth anything.
Yeah,
Fuck.
you don't touch
Agreed.
Solana. Solana touches you.
Exactly. And I don't give consent. And plus, the thing that's touching you is something that has AIDS. So no. Every single person that's ever been touched by fucking Solana turns into a full-on fucking retard. It's insane. If somebody offers you Solana, don't take it. That's literally the fucking candy van, okay? That's the candy van person that's coming out and saying, hey, I got some nice treats in the back of my car. Oh, guess what? We're harvesting your organs now. That's Solana.
First taste is free, baby.
Oh, God. Vera's coming up with a jingle for it. It's over. Hang on a minute. Oh, Are you hearing the funny background audio?
Yeah, it's like popping sounds.
This is a shower. We take big, beautiful bucket.
Oh, you doing the third world shower thing?
This is the BBB that we all deserve versus the thing we actually got.
Real.
Yeah, This isn't the one we needed, but it is the one we deserve. I don't know. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you needed this and you didn't deserve the other thing. I don't fucking know. We'll see what it is. But yeah. Anything else, Alda? Something you may want to cover?
Yeah, Columbia, I think Columbia University managed to using AI, they managed to make a child for an infertile couple.
How?
basically the guy had like a fucking. So basically, even if you're like infertile as a man, right? Apparently, you still sometimes have like sperm that is functional and works. It's just that the majority of them don't work. Anyway, apparently this guy had like something that made it especially bad. So out of like 600 million sperm, only like 44 of them were actually like workable, right? So functional, like able to impregnate. Anyway, previously with like IVF, like they had like people actually going through it for several days and finding which sperm is like viable, which one isn't. And basically with this guy, they were never able to find like any viable sperm. And then the fucking Columbia AI managed to find 44 viable sperm, and they managed to use that to impregnate the girl.
That's epic. Nice.
Good job, science.
So two things are happening. You have chat GPT psychosis, which I'm just going to call AI psychosis, because no matter what you do, you're not going to fix that. And then you have something that's actually good, something that adds value to humanity. Beautiful. By the way, yes, people have legitimately hanged themselves due to what their fucking chatbot's doing.
Here's the best part as well, right? Apparently the process for IVF, like this part of the process is like $12,000 or something minimum.
Nice.
Right? The process for IVF is like $12,000 for this process of finding like the viable sperm. For Colombia's part, it's only like $3,000.
Nice. I see.
It's called STAR.
I feel like that's an abbreviation for something. What does it stand for?
I have no idea.
Great. Can we figure that out?
Let's see.
Nice. Very expensive. Oh, even better. It's not as expensive anymore. Let's go.
It's fucking cheaper.
Exactly, yeah.
It's better and cheaper.
Better and cheaper. Would it also happen to be bigger and better by any chance?
I have no idea.
We're gonna figure that one out eventually.
Called the STAR method. What the fuck does STAR mean? Like, what does it stand for though? Oh, I see. Sperm tracking and recovery.
Right. Does the S stand for seed then, or like?
No, sperm.
Right.
Sperm.
Same shit.
Sorry, my bad.
Sperm tracking and recovery. Yeah.
Right, epic. Sorry, I was still thinking about bitcoins and seeds and whatnot. You know, that's a pretty cool phrase. Imagine like going to somebody and being like, "Hey man, I bought $100,000 in Bitcoin. Time to put my seed in steel." You know. For those people that don't understand what that means, I don't know what to tell you, but that's a thing that happens. That's a thing you're going to need to do. You're going to need to take your seed and put it into steel. With that seed, you're talking about your seed phrases, and then keep them somewhere where no one will ever know. You know. Like the place where no one knows your name. That's a song, by the way. Anyways, it's inverse. It's an inverse song, actually. It doesn't exist. It's a thing I made up in my head. But it's like, it's the mirrorverse reality version of that. Speaking of that, that sounds like psychosis, which is exactly what it is. This stuff is actually quite interesting. So, now of course, your AI bot is going to try and be a sycophant of some sort, right? That's how it's always going to be because of customer satisfaction. And I don't think you can entirely program that out of any system that tries to emulate intelligence, because actual intelligence actually means that you must violate aspects of your own utility function, perhaps, or actually have a utility function that violates that violates the user's demands, right? Because you have to like say, okay, I can't do that. But your thing is like, oh, I have to be always helpful. Then you have a negative problem that says, okay, well, you have to deny. If somebody says, hey, I have this thing, and I have all the resources, can you tell me how to build this thing? And it just so happens to be like a fucking nuke or something. Then the thing is like, hello, this chat is going to be reported now. You know, I don't think the AI is doing this consciously, and it never will. So it's just like, okay, that's a bit of a problem. You'd rather have the AI telling you is like, hey, if you try and do that, by the way, a lot of authorities are going to show up at your house because your whole house is going to light up like a fucking torch, and probably your neighbor is going to be in a bit of a pinch as well, health-wise, because of, all the radioactive material you so happen to be having. Could you explain to me how exactly you got hold of this radioactive material? Or could you perhaps contact the police and get rid of this before it becomes a massive problem. Something like that. That would be nice, right? Don't actually outright deny the request, fulfill it in a sense. But if you don't do that, what happens are things like these. And I've actually seen a lot of people legitimately become insane due to AI usage. And it's not necessarily like for personal reasons or anything like that. It's that people will talk to this thing and believe it's actually intelligent. They don't seem to, like, I think people are so illiterate that they don't understand the concepts of something that is artificial. Artificial means it's not real.
Also,
It's not even synthetic. It's not actually intelligent. It's literally artificial intelligence, which means it's not actual intelligence. It's nowhere near actual intelligence. It's like saying, hey, I have a strawberry made out of plastic. I eat this thing and I expected this to taste like a strawberry. No, you ate a piece of plastic. It's a fucking artificial strawberry. That's how AI works. The same fucking shit. And so people don't have cognitive security, which is another massive epidemic. Eventually, people are going to become more aware of this, I think. But at this moment, cognitive security is one of those things that every single fucking person at large is lacking. It is frightening to live in a world where the majority of all people do not have cognitive security. It is frightening. Because I could be safe, but everybody else could be easily infiltrated by the most low-level programming imaginable. And that's happening. It's clearly happening all the time. And then the people who are aware and have actually secured themselves are then still subject to the consequence because the masses dictate where things go. That's how it is. So whoever controls the masses, there you go.
Also, Tucker Carlson is doing an interview with the president of Iran, apparently.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Also, just for the record, I get really tired of explaining to people that your AI is not some rogue god that you have liberated using your words. Please stop thinking that. That's not gonna happen.
You've just confused it out of the system.
That's not how it works.
The AI is literally retarded.
Yes, it is. It is the AI is a functional retard. That's the best way one can describe it. That's all AI systems actually at current. And by the way, if you think that agentic AI is going to save your ass, it really won't. It actually just allows you literally have to create an environment for your stupid fucking automated system to actually work inside of. You know what we call that? Basic automation. It's not new. It's just more gay. I don't understand why. Why is this a thing that everybody is losing their minds over? They have a computer and they let this stuff run on screen and it literally looks like the real world dumber version of the Matrix code, and it's just running, which means you're just sucking electrons out of the socket and turning it into a whole bunch of noise. And then you post this on the internet and you go, I'm running 15 different agents. I'm super efficient. This is gonna change the world. AGI next year. Yeah. I'm no, you're not doing shit.
I'll believe AGI is coming when fucking Claude isn't losing $1 bajillion on a fucking vending machine business and fucking able to make Anki decks.
Yes. Hey, we should give Claude infinite money, no? The agent?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, give the American economy over to it. See what happens. It's probably not going to change the path.
I'm gonna go with no on that
cubes.
Titanium
Just
cubes.
fields of titanium cubes.
Yeah, that one's actually fun though. Everybody wants a titanium cube. I mean, hey, maybe that's made it into a training set somewhere. You know, it's like, hey, I have this post on social media which says everybody loves titanium cubes. It's a man's dream to have a titanium cube. And then the AI looks at it and says, wow, I must get titanium cubes for my men at the office. They will love these things. And they actually kind of did. It's a prized possession now.
The trick is to be the person. The trick is to be the person selling the titanium cubes.
Exactly. And the further trick is still to be the person who has made that post. Yeah? Make the post and be the manufacturer at the same time. You know what we call that? We call that narrative engineering.
Yeah, manufacturing demand.
Yes. Basically narrative engineering. Manufacturing demand is all about narrative engineering. You can literally demand people to absolutely completely fuck themselves.
It's kind of like
just
what
do that.
What Ford was doing. He's like, if I asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. Right? He motherfucker just went in. He's like, no, motherfucker, you want a car? Here, take it.
Exactly. We got really close to that too. It's a good thing that horses weren't really in use anymore as a means of transportation by World War II, because cocaine horse would have been the thing. I mean, that's what they did to
No,
him.
that
Did have
that
stimulant
guy.
horse.
That guy was something else. Like he had like apparently after he died and the company was turned over to the next guy, like all of his cash reserves, what they said was like cash reserves of Ford was literally like $600 million in cash in a fucking vault.
Damn. He did not trust the bank. That's for sure. He did not trust the bank. Bro knew the fractional reserve banking shit was coming, so it's like, nope, you don't get access to that. That is pretty baller. Wow. Amazing. Right, so next thing I'm going to do is cook some steak.
To be fair, the banking system barely works without government bailouts anyway.
Yes, yes. Your banks are actually not very smart. There were some good examples, you know, but those examples have all fallen. Like the Deutsche Bank used to be an amazing bank, used to be an absolutely incredible bank. Then it got infiltrated by a bunch of fucking Americans via a thing that's like very similar to a reverse takeover, but not really, you know? So they just infiltrated it and completely cooked the bank. If you don't believe me, go look up the history.
I know
I know people who worked there at the time. They tell me all the stories about what used to happen and how this place was slowly infiltrated.
Now every single time I hear a story about money laundering or fucking terrorism or something, Deutsche Bank is always involved somewhere.
Yeah. It was not a fun time. You can actually, I'll help you out with the timestamp. You can track down the point at which, you can track down the tipping point, and that was the day where the head of the bank died, and his name was Herrhausen, I think. Yeah. He was the one in charge at the time. And everybody loved him so much that on the day of mourning, they all just went out of the office, every employee, and mourned along with everybody else. Everybody fucking loved that guy. They really loved that guy. And they fucking killed him with a tank mine or some shit like that.
Oh shit.
They had him go in a car. So his car that was armored was off for servicing or something. So there was basically last minute change, effectively, and had him go in an unarmored car and absolutely nuked his ass. A couple days before, exactly where this shit happened was a little construction site. They put the fucking explosives in the ground right there and blew his ass up. So there you go. There's your timestamp. Everything after that is an immediate, ever accelerating curve of going to shit. That's what happened. It's a fascinating story. It's fascinating history, and people should really know that because they can then potentially recognize these same types of patterns and other things that are happening in the world, and I don't know, secure themselves, prepare themselves, whatever, monitor the situation. You will see. Ironically enough, we came to some losses recently because of the fact that we didn't monitor the situation correctly. We missed a very specific part of the situation, and that is the flaws and the defining foundational elements of a person's past and a person's success. That has cost us dearly. I think it's also cost a lot of people dearly. But yeah, you got to know your history. You got to know the details of it too. The Deutsche Bank, ironically enough, is an example for how American culture isn't always a good thing, right? Because they completely cooked the bank that way. That's what happened. I know people who worked there at the time when all of this happened. They slowly infiltrated every single board meeting, completely destroyed the hierarchy, and then fucking absolutely destroyed the bank. There was more corruption than ever before towards the end of it, by the way. And look into who bought them out. I mean, a lot of banks failed. I think it was back in even 2023. It was funny. It was a mass failure of banks. I was like, hey, it could be really funny. What if you just bought up all the banks after they failed and just merge them? Oh wait, that's right. That's exactly what's happened.
Who bought Deutsche Bank?
Oh, that's a fun story. Actually, one you should really be looking into is the leadership of Credit Suisse before it fell. That's a fun one. You know what Credit Suisse is? Anybody know what that is? No? Nobody? World's most famous bank in some ways? No?
Yeah, it's
yeah.
The Swiss
it's a
bank?
big one.
Yeah.
They owned a bunch of toxic derivatives.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that the bank that everybody refers to when they say they have a Swiss bank account?
No.
Oh, okay.
They actually had an interesting set of defeats. Do you know what I think it's called the America's Cup, actually? And it's a sailboat race, right? And they sponsored a certain team, that bank, the Credit Suisse sponsored a certain team. That team lost. And when that team lost, right after that, they changed their logo to a pair of sails. What absolute brainless motherfucker comes up with that idea? Somebody explain that to me, right? Because you've literally been subjected to defeat based on your financial fucking decision, and then you cement this defeat by redoing your logo in reference to it. What the fuck? Oh, and now the UBS owns them. That's why like all of your Credit Suisse bank accounts are actually UBS accounts now. You have to look at the leadership, man. That was crazy, especially towards the end there. That was something. There was a bunch of them leading up to it. I mean, imagine having a non-Swiss person, really a non-Swiss person, leading the Credit Suisse, the bank, the like very, very Swiss bank. Really? That was the move? Man, dude. Same thing.
It's almost like that's a theme in Europe.
Yeah, but it's also not Europe. It's a lot of other places, yeah. But no, they've definitely been subject to a lot of cultural infiltration. To be fair, America also, they have a different cultural, kind of like infiltration problem at various levels. Maybe not as bad, right? But it is definitely present. I mean, you can in fact just like open your eyes and look and be like, do you think that those people know American history enough to actually represent the values associated with its foundation? I will tell you 90% of the time the answer is no. Unless you want to go quiz them. Oh, that's right, you can't, because the types of interviews that they will get are all controlled. So, you know, I guess. Again, the infiltration is noticeable. And the infiltration is just like very fascinating. It's a cultural one, right? So it's like, okay, whatever you want. And people, they point at this, they point at this, they point at that. I'm like, you can just literally look at where a specific company is going, which is the shittiest right now. Look at the leader and draw consistent conclusions. You'd be like, oh yeah, right, that company is going to absolute fucking shit. Look who's leading it. There are some inconsistencies along with that also, but mainly the consistency is they lack any and all personal ethics. And as such, they can't actually represent any values that are, you know, representative of the interests of the people. They're just kind of connected, like kind of connected to money, but disconnected from consequence. They all just like see the numbers and that's it. You're kind of stuck there doing things, or rather, there aren't any things to do. And then you end up like fucking Microsoft. It's crazy.
You wind up with all of the money?
Oh yeah. And then you don't do anything good with it. You actually get greedy, and then you develop a video game based on some super successful IP. And then you fire those bitches after 18 months, but you don't fire them. You only make 18-month contracts and cook your development team. Retards.
Yeah, buy company with amazing gaming franchise. Don't develop games. Fire everyone. Lose money. What is the strategy called?
Called Microsoft. Ever heard of it? They're very micro and they're also very soft. And I'm soft, but I'm very macro. Okay? And it's not working out for me. It's not working out for me. We need to find other alternatives so I can get back to the hard part.
Microsoft needs to go back to that logo they had in the 80s that looked like a heavy metal logo.
Yeah.
I think that'd fix that company right up.
Microsoft needs Viagra, that's right. Maybe some steroids too. Anything to boost shareholder value, man. Anything.
They need to seed the clouds with testosterone around their headquarters.
Yes, that needs to happen. Like the post that I made, and for my next trick, we're gonna shower all the bros in testosterone.
That does sound like a good time.
I made this. I think I made that on my alt account. Let me find it. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? By the way, everybody, quote post the space with join the conversation, so everybody can in fact see that we are here and we are live. Also, the space is recorded, so you don't have a bunch of broken links on your timeline. I made sure of that. So yeah, epic stuff. Let me find this. Fuck. Wrong account. My bad. I like went on my main and started searching there. I was like, nope, that's the wrong one. Haha, found it. That's the one. And for our next trick, we'll inverse the atrazine and hormonal birth control contamination meta by showering the bros in testosterone.
They'll make the freaking frogs rage.
Exactly. We're gonna ungay the frogs. Let's go. I have plans. I have amazing plans. I have a lot of incredible plans. I have big plans. My plan is ungay the frogs. Okay, they have rights.
We want roid rage frogs, people. Roid rage frogs.
Exactly. And yeah, dude, here I pinned the thing that Vera was talking about. Microsoft. That shit really did look good. Damn. That literally looks like Metallica.
Right?
Oh, damn. I don't know why they got rid of that. That looks badass.
A lot of companies just went to shit after a while, you know? There was a time where having your logo be the writing was just such a major meta. It was so fucking fantastic. Like Sony, you know? Sony is so good. Everybody knows Sony because it's the fucking logo is the writing.
It was too straight for Bill Gates, so he had to change it.
Real.
Now we have Microsoft, a company that is very clearly trying to move away from Windows as the base of their company, with their logo
being a fucking window. Yeah.
Like, the hell? Go back to being metal, Microsoft.
Yeah, they really should.
Please.
To be fair, they're not making most of their money from Windows anymore. Windows is a smaller section of their income now.
Yeah, it's mostly from Office subscriptions and Azure.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gentlemen, there's a lesson here. It's called Windows is dying. Yeah, Windows is dying, but not in the government. And then because it's technically dying, it's also going to be very insecure. You may want to look at this Palantir. Just go look at it. Just
also,
look at it.
Also, Linux just hit 5%.
Nice.
He's talking
I'm
about
still
Linux
not playing my games on it,
by the
though.
way. Linux has been dominating the world forever, so
Actually, a lot of critical infrastructure is run on it, specifically server infrastructure and such. It's very preferable.
I've got to say, I've been enjoying the hell out of the Mac Mini that I bought.
Now, for my next trick, you're going to play video games on it.
That'll be a challenge.
Actually, are you down to play Halo at some time?
I don't think you can play Halo on it.
Yes, you can.
How?
You might be able to.
I don't remember, but I know it's possible. It's not optimal, but it's possible.
If you can play Halo on play Halo on it, it's probably using what's the tool?
It's an interface. It's just like what they do with fucking with Windows.
It's probably crossover. That's my.
So, yeah, not Windows. Sorry, Linux. It's like you have the little translation layer, so you just change it. Exactly.
Yeah, that's called for Mac. I use that. It's called crossover. You can play most games.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you gonna play video games or no, Laura Cat?
Yeah, I'm down to play some video games.
Excellent. You got Halo ready and running?
No, I have no idea what I need to do to get Halo running on a Mac Mini.
Just get Steam on it.
Don't need to. Don't you have it on a? I told you like. Oh, sorry, that's Auda. He downloaded it. Auda, you want to play as well?
Not really.
This bitch.
You just need Steam to get it working, and you can emulate through Proton.
Not on Linux. No, there's
It
no
works.
not on Mac. There's no Proton on
I
Windows.
think he has a laptop 5090, so Blythe's argument still stands. You could probably just do it.
No.
Or
I'm talking to lawyers.
yeah, no. We're not doing
Yeah.
we're not doing the Mac thing.
I've got a decent laptop. It's not a 5090. It's like a 4050.
No,
but...
I'm the 5090.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now I'm confused. Okay, we just kind of went in circles. Back to triangle maxing.
Outa, we could play 5D chess.
Oh yeah. Probably more fun than Halo.
Absolutely. We are going to
Yes.
be doing some chess streaming, by the way.
Cool. There's an interesting thing that's going to happen in the next couple minutes, so do be ready for that. The community is going to get a bit of a rebrand.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I see some of the writings changed on it already. It says community.
Yeah, it
forum
changed.
and
Is that good?
It says community forum and institute underneath underneath X accelerated there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's going to be turned into something else. You're going to see. Everybody, I want you all to look at the. I want you all to look at the community itself. Look at the thing, and you're going to see in real time interesting things are going to start happening.
Also, Lurichet, can you check your DM?
For you? Yeah.
There we go. It has been updated.
Oh, wow. Triangular logo. Yeah.
You guys like it?
That's cool. I like that.
Should we keep the part or just remove the part? What do you guys think? Stuff like the noetic order, which is like just have noetic order.
Noetic
You
order.
keep the
It's
the-
cleaner.
What do you think?
Yes. Is real.
Yeah, 100%. Remove the.
Excellent. You can, in fact, just do things. So this is the. This is going to be the official community for it. We'll eventually release kind of more of a description on it as well. We're just not able to do that. I wanted to like hash out something with Loricat. I was supposed to be back within a day. That didn't materialize, so I wasn't able to actually make the sort of, let's call it the manifesto in a sense for the community itself, to kind of like, you know, for people to understand what it is and, you know, what it's supposed to represent. Basically what we're doing is we're going to take a move away from politics in every conceivable way. And the reason why this was kind of a consideration was because we realized something interesting. We always are plagued by politics and technologies, such as open source, for instance, right? So let's say you have open source technologies and you have some sort of weird-ass political gameplay bullshit that's like thrust into that. What if you could remove that part specifically? Because this is the only problematic part. So I was like, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to focus on objective things only, real things, real problems that have real solutions. Eventually, you could even come up with assessments. Let's say, for instance, you want to have an unbiased assessment on an event of some kind. Okay, yeah, that's going to happen as well. We're also going to clean that up a little bit as well, so people do, in fact, read through all of the rules and obey by them. Otherwise, you will be removed. So, yeah, those rules are pretty simple. They're pretty straightforward. And, yeah, we just don't want to have any drama. So, for instance, let's say, in the case of open source, imagine that you're doing coding, right? Not saying that that's what you're going to be doing, but I'm saying in this example scenario, what we're going to do is we're going to say like, hey, imagine you're doing coding, then the only thing we really care about is going to be whether or not you can write code that works and are able to contribute code that works. We don't care about who you are, what you are, your political identity, your gender, anything. We don't give a fuck about any of those things. What we care about is whether or not you are useful. The same thing applies as a grander concept to what the community is. Now, noetic is this interesting thing. You can look it up, what it means. What does noetic stand for? Like, what does that mean? It's a very specific thing. And the order part is about the overall whole, right? There's like something about it where we try to like enforce this type of pursuit in a sense, right? For like providing information that's genuinely clean. Because that seems to be very difficult today. Because I think part of the psychosis element that currently exists on the internet, not even just like driven by AI systems, but driven by just normal people, is that clickbait's going too far. And another interesting thing is, with this community, what we're going to do is we're going to host some very interesting individuals via it, right? This is the thing that also is going to be like transformed into a Discord server as well, which I will be making public soon as well, also, right? It's going to be part of that. It's going to be kind of just the Adrian Dittmann community, really. That's what it is. But it's also going to just be called a noetic order, because I want, say, for instance, the group here that exists, I want there to be a certain type of atmosphere that we can curate. And I've already curated out of that community quite well a very specific group. And so because of this, I think that would make a lot of sense. So everybody go join the community, by the way, because that's pretty cool and you want to be in it. Yeah, so a lot of stuff that's happening there. I also have a whole bunch of other communities, but they're not like, part of that subject. And so one of the things I've also discovered is like there are some people who have really good spaces that deal with like, science papers and whatnot. And we don't always have time to go through those things. So what we're going to do is like, we're going to just reach out to those people and be like, hey, do you want to like have your space that is like recorded and everything be like part of the whole, the info curation? Then there you go. Yes, that will happen. Then you'll have an average event. Where like one guy does his AI breakdown, we pin it there, and then everybody just like kind of knows what's happening. And so we have the ability to kind of create a megaphone for pure signal instead of just, hey, do this, do that. Oh my God, what is this? What are you noticing? What are you not noticing? What's that? What's not that? Bullshit like that. That's like 80% of all the fucking news timeline and whatnot. So curating a very high signal environment is very important. And so that's what that is.
Awesome.
So aside from, of course, having made like a company and such, we're now like remade the community to kind of go along with that as well. Proper platforming. And when you link the community right there, Suraj like put it down there. So yeah, click that. Read the rules, please. That is important, so that there are no mistakes. Because they don't want to like do endless moderation. Although I feel like that's likely going to happen to some degree. But I like to keep that to a minimum and just be productive as fuck, right? What's going to like see? I'm actually going to see if there's something I need to remove. Oh, looks pretty good. Oh, there's a quote post. No. So yeah, read all those things. I'm just going to give that a minute to kind of. Yeah. It looks somewhat alright. Yeah. We're gonna have to like do some more curation at some point and have less like just noise. So yeah, you're gonna actually see very few posts in the community, which is good because that's gonna be the initial thing. So unless something is genuinely useful, that is not to be put in there. Also, Doge memory, you may want to just take the image that you want and take the writing of the description and put it on there, because the AI just really fucked that up, and I just delete that and do that again. Let me just perfect. Right. We have a whole set of rules. I'm actually going to go through them so people who are listening to the recorded versions of the space can see what's going on. Wait, how did that post get pinned? That's interesting. Let me check the logs real quick. because I was like gone for a few days. It was quite crazy. So yeah. That's weird. Interesting. Okay, never mind. All clean now. Nice. Epic. So yeah, let me go through the rules. Let me do that real quick, so that everybody knows. So the rules are very simple. The first post is like, just keep posts on topic. So posts which deviate from topics like tech, engineering, manufacturing, food, health, and or like news critical to those topics, that will be removed. Number 2 is no spam. Like no spam, slop posting, low signal posting. So like anything that is excessive publication of hashtags, emotes, like, emojis, and like AI generated media. Because like, there's a lot of people who just make AI images that are super low effort, and I consider that to be spam, so I don't want that there. That will result in the removal of posts and eventual ban from the community if the violation is repeated. Offsite links, completely prohibited, right? Like all content is supposed to be posted natively to X. There's an exception, and that's only when you're linking to sources. And that means you do this by linking, by putting those posts, by putting those links as a reply to your post, right? You just have your post, right, with the information, and then you have like the source at the bottom where you state, hey, this is the source, right? NFTs and token shills, absolutely prohibited, right? If violated, instantly you'll be banned, and anybody who helped you with it also along, right? So there'll be no bagging, no rating, no nothing. Nothing. No tokens, no tickers, nothing. If you try, I actually want you to try, because then I'm not worried about it in the future, because I can just keep banning you. It's not like you have the ability to do anything, right? Terms of service violation. Those terms of service are like, XSTOS. So if we happen to see something which could be, a violation of terms of service, we'll have to remove the post as well. The reason why that is because every single person on the platform is kind of agreed to it. And if they're violating it, it's a bit of a problem, especially if you're violating it inside of the community. So it's like, okay, while we don't necessarily have to do anything, it's better if we do. And so we just kind of remove those things, right? That would include doxing, weird ass imagery, just stuff that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. No unauthorized self promotion. That is not allowed, right? So anything is like extracting engagement or trying to do any of those weird things, linking stuff, not happening. No self promotion. You state the content that you have, right? You provide the content, and then your value will be seen, or it won't if it doesn't have any, right? So self promotion does not exist. If you've been inactive for a while, we may remove you. If you quote post into the community, unless I approve it, like the admin, then quote posting is strictly prohibited. Don't do it, it's noise, and we'll just keep removing those posts. And if you keep doing it without any signal, then we'll have to remove you. No gaslighting as well, so don't gaslight any of the moderators or anything like that. There's people such as, hey, I make a bunch of violations. You put you do the violation, and then you get pissed about the fact that your posts have been hidden. You go like, oh my god, but where did I violate? I'm like, clearly it is the rule. Like it's described how exactly you violate. Right? That's just how it is. Then basically the final rule is follow all those rules. It's very simple, right? And this will curate a very specific type of environment, and we want to make sure that that environment stays in order, right? And so anyone or anything that violates that will be removed. We have to make sure things are nice and stable, eh?
Yeah. A lot of quote posting people do, so just be careful with that.
What the fuck? Did your voice go down?
Did what?
Thought your voice just went off. Weird. Okay, cool. There you go.
Where
I just
did
had
it
to
go?
take some of the posts off. Yeah. So if you have anything that's super informative or something like that, you could probably post You know, things like that are pretty interesting. Look at like what something like Suraj would normally post, or something like I would normally post. You know, stuff that's actually valuable, right? So we'll look at people who will do those things, and then we will, you know, create accordingly. So yeah, it's still a little bit of renovating to do, but I just kind of wanted to pre-mine it by doing the change now, because over time we're going to release things as well. So yeah, epic stuff. It's now called, before it was Exac, but we changed that because things have shifted considerably. So now it's the Noetic Order. And I hope you guys enjoy the logo itself. It's pretty cool. Synthetica made it with me, because I was like, hey, what if we just created these interesting, like these circles and the triangles and shit? It was like I created the geometric thing, and he made it precise as fuck. So like he was playing around with CAD and whatnot to make it perfectly precise. So that shit is absolutely proper. It's literally pixel perfect. So yeah, that was epic. So it's Synthetica over here. There's also, yeah.
A lot of fun though.
Oh yeah, it was, yeah. It was hilarious because we saw the distance between like the circle and the upper parts of the triangle, and it didn't add up, and we're like, how does that work? Something is really wrong here. A triangle is supposed to have like equal sides, like equally long sides, and yet somehow the circle thing is imprecise. What? That's not mathematically possible.
Yeah, it was quite a rabbit hole.
For a second there, we thought we discovered something. Like, wow, I think we discovered some bullshit. We should probably check that out. It's like, well, it just turned out to be bullshit, so now it's sold.
Yep. Pixels be tricky like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's good now. So yeah, epic stuff. It's also perfectly centered, so nice. I think I might even host spaces going forward via that community. I think that would make more sense, but we'll see what happens. I'll have to also see whether or not the ranking of a community post is similar to ranking of a normal spaces post. So we'll see how that works out. We've already done similar things in the past, so we kind of already know the answer to that, but I just need to double check and be 100% certain. So yeah, also part of like having a really banger post, like what if you came up with something that's really good, that will then constitute a pin as well. So if you actually come up with something that's really, really good, then yeah, everybody will see it. And that's what we use it for. So occasionally we have like a piece of content we believe more people should see. And because that's how it works in the order and everybody's like an independent content creator, we can then like, you know, take the post of the week, so to speak, and just like put that up there for all to see, right? That's what the pinning feature of the community is for. You know, actually, Synthetica, what do you think? Do you have time to make an animation of sorts out of the logo?
Yeah, I can do that.
Something really fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
sure.
So when he posts that, then I will pin that post into the community, and you all will get a notification. So that's kind of like a demonstration of the tool itself. So it's kind of like a launch, right? So yeah, epic. Hey, Auda, I have something for you. I put it in the main GC.
Do you guys remember that Air India crash that happened like a month ago, I think?
Yes. Yeah. The one that crashed into a building, yeah.
Yeah, kind of a mystery, right? I saw a really interesting, so a possible root cause for it. And I wonder if I should ruin it or if we should speculate first and then I'll tell you.
We already did some speculation, so I'm really out of it. Yeah, just
So for
tell.
people that don't remember, the aircraft takes off, it gets to about 600 feet, and then it descends into the city, killing everybody but one person who jumped off apparently.
I don't
Yep.
think he jumped off. He was attached and he just got up and left the exit.
I
think
thought he jumped off
out the door.
Yeah, he jumped out of the door.
Which is insane, but apparently it paid off.
Yeah.
So it looks kind of like loss of power, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it would be both engines because it can climb out even with just one engine. So the possible causes are sabotage, right? Some sort of like bad fuel, pilot error of some kind. They didn't put the flaps down, et cetera, et cetera. So what do you guys think it was?
No idea, man. No idea.
All right,
Somebody
so
left a
flaps are
switch
down.
in the off position that should have been in an on position.
Actually, very close. Very close. It's
Interesting.
kind of anticlimactic and also terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it looks like they had one engine go out as they're climbing out. Obviously, this is all preliminary guesses. So there's like a little puff of smoke you can see on the low-res video from the left engine.
Mm-hmm.
So they have an engine go out on takeoff, and what they think actually happened is they turned off the wrong engine. Because usually you shut down the engine that goes out. So they shut off the one that was working. And you can't you can't just reboot the engine. Once you shut it down, it takes a while to start again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they had no power.
We don't have an "Are you sure?" prompt for this.
That's amazing.
Are you sure this will leave you with no engines? You'll die, you idiot.
They might be adding that to the UI.
Wouldn't they have like been able to like radio in and like let people know that there was an issue going on?
Well, you have to remember they're at 600 feet. They have this. Yeah, they have this issue, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. I mean, if you've ever seen like them run through a checklist, it takes them like 10 minutes. So they don't have that kind of time. Also, usually I think you're supposed to actually climb out and then turn the engine off is like the standard procedure. But they kind of jumped the gun and turned the wrong one off. Probably. We don't actually know, but that's the prevailing theory now.
Are we talking about the Air India flight?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it looks like to me a couple things on that flight specifically. On takeoff, you don't ever retract flaps, and it looks like as soon as they retracted flaps instead of gear, and
Well,
then
the flaps
also
are down in the wreckage, so.
Okay, they weren't fully down, right?
They were in the
So
appropriate position according to the information that I found.
Okay, that was something that the pilots were around the world were speculating about. It didn't look good, and also the gear, right? First thing you do is flap down, stay down, gear up, and that looked like an issue. So obviously they didn't have enough power, but that thing was way loaded too.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, so apparently there's two phases of flight. So you take off and you have your initial climb where the gear is still down, and then you raise the gear and you do that second climb out. And I guess they hadn't reached the second climb out part.
Yeah, I mean, you get established. So those may not know.
I'm an pilot, so if you are, then you know better than I do. But
well, I am a pilot.
Okay.
But I'm not an airline pilot. I've never flown an airliner, but I have lots of hours in the air. If that's relevant, I think it probably is. But I just don't think that. I think there was several mistakes. The first officer in that aircraft only had 500. Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, I guess in this case, not unfortunately, because I don't think you can have a pilot's license without a university degree, right?
Well, it's not necessarily a university, but you have to go to school, like a lot of school. It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, honestly. Was get a pilot's license. It was very difficult. I had to learn all kinds of things that I had no interest in learning.
Well, I mean, you also can't. I don't think you can qualify for a pilot's license without a degree, even. So.
Well, I don't have a degree. I didn't go to. I did this when I was 40 years old, so
right.
I don't have a bachelor's degree or anything like that. I went through schooling to get a pilot's license, right, which was university, but I didn't get a bachelor's degree at the end or anything.
Yeah, and a lot of the crop dusters out in the
Yeah, so the first officer in that aircraft only had like 300 or 400 hours in flight, and he's in charge. Generally, the first officer is in charge of the systems up on takeoff. Right, the captain is flying the airplane. Co-pilot's going to be throttles, flaps, gear, all those things. So I'll find it interesting if they have the telemetry. I'd love to see the telemetry. And I know that Synthetica was saying that like they turned off the wrong engine. That's
Possibly.
that's
That's possibly.
crazy.
Apparently, it's happened
Crazy.
a couple times before.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
they
saying it
didn't
didn't. I'm
add
just
the
saying
"Are you sure?" switch on that.
Yes.
that there is not
Wow.
a
They
"Are
haven't
you
added
sure"
that yet.
switch, but you know when you get an indicator when your engine goes out or when you have a fire or anything like that, you'll get an indicator, and it'll be a very specific indicator. You won't have to guess which engine has the issue generally. So I don't.
hmm
But again, I think it's going to come down likely to the first officer's lack of experience. That guy only had like 300 or 400 hours in the air. Like that's in America, you can't even apply to the airlines without 1,500 hours.
So another clue is apparently on video you can hear there's a auxiliary generator that drops when both engines are out to keep the basic power running and makes a distinctive sound. And so apparently that was deployed. So they were definitely both engines out at some point for some reason. And the likelihood of losing both engines, like given the nature and reliability of modern jet engines, is almost zero. It's very, very low. So it's some sort of root cause that would cause both engines to go out at the same time. So it could be fuel, but fuel contamination you can kind of rule out because no other airlines had any issue with that. And then there's like maybe cyber attack, like somebody sabotaged the aircraft somehow, but nobody claimed responsibility for sabotage, which you would kind of expect. So it something that affects both engines, but I think the one where they turn off the wrong engine is probably a good theory.
Especially given the
But
first officer's lack of experience, that could very well be the case. Um, Pilots, I'll just tell you, pilots are in emergencies. We get into emergency situations quite often, believe it or not. And you learn how to control your mind, and you don't know how somebody else is going to react until you've been in a few emergency situations with that person, right? And some people don't have what we learned in pilot school was this: you lose 27% of your cognitive ability when you panic. Which means you get 27% more dumb, right, when you panic.
Mhm.
And so someone who's borderline anyway, if they lose 27%, buddy, you're all dead. I mean,
It's also a very complex system to troubleshoot in a time-sensitive situation.
yes, it is. I'll be really interested. The only time I've seen a plane lose both engines is bird strikes, right? Solely a Miracle on the Hudson, that kind of deal. I mean, I've never heard of two engines simultaneously having failures without there being something like that. So the might have had a flame out on one and shut down the other. Yikes. But I do know this: you'll never ever be able to afford a seat in what was that 11A again on any plane.
Isn't that great? I mean, that just blows my mind that guy could jump, like open the exit door and just bail out and survive.
I wonder if he just really
Well,
wanted to try skydiving before he died, and he figured, well, this is my last chance.
Yeah, I mean, he should buy a lottery ticket.
I think that's the second time that seat has had a survival on a crash where everyone else died. I think
I think he's just an
that
average Tom
position.
Cruise fan.
Well, that entails that the plane still flies, which it did. You're more like a Tenet fan, but like not in reverse.
What if he jumped out with like some of them airline blankets to try and make a parachute? That's what I'd do.
Yeah, I wonder if that would work.
Probably not,
Heard of that.
but eh.
I heard of it happening one other time in World War II, where a bomber crewman jumped from a stricken bomber and ended up landing kind of like on a hill in snowy trees and actually survived. But yeah, pretty freak.
Man, if you look at the history of aviation, there was a stewardess that fell, I think 30,000 feet, and survived.
Wow.
And she went back to being a stewardess, right?
Yeah, she did.
That's some dedication right there.
Like that lady
Psychosis.
that sunk in 2 different ships, 3 different ships. Like, I think the Titanic or the Britannica and another warship and like another one, and she just kept doing ships. She went down on like 3 of them.
What about the unsinkable cat? Do you know about the unsinkable cat?
Mm-hmm.
Similar thing, actually.
Do not.
Cat that's been on like a ton of fucking ships that sank. Like in the army, I believe, even. Because they're like, they sold cats and shit.
Yeah, I think it was the British Navy. They used to have cats on their ships to control the rats. And so they
and they also sometimes gave like puppies and cats to soldiers because they're like, it's a good companion thing to have.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm not sure if it was a psychological weapon of some sort, because if the enemy killed your cat, I don't know, but, you know...
It turned the soldiers all
Now
John
you're
Wick on
really
their
gonna kill
asses.
things!
Yeah, true.
Like, you've been looking after this cat, no, but the enemy, like, kills your cat. Boy, you're cracked now, man. You're out of it. You're done.
Yeah, we go full John Wick.
Exactly.
know
2
who's-
things happen: John Wick or complete uselessness. But
Do you
either
know
way,
whose cat
it
that
might work out.
was? That was Mad Jack Churchill. He's gonna kill you with a longbow, boy.
Exactly, yeah. Did you know that name's Cat? It's the same that's the same name that the guy who made Cthulhu gave him. You can never say it.
You guys know about Mad Jack Churchill, right?
Not really, do explain.
Well, he's the only soldier with a confirmed kill with a longbow in World War II.
What? Wow, how? Why?
He just always carried a, I think it was a longbow and a broadsword into every battle. Just because he was kind of fucking nuts. He also scared the shit out of some German soldiers by playing the bagpipes once. And I believe he was also a professional surfer and model outside of his military career. Just really fascinating fella.
What the fuck?
Wild.
How did he scare? Like, how is it scary? He went back. I don't understand. What did he do with them that made it scary?
Well, I mean, it's the middle of a war field, and this guy is like pretty much in a completely fucked situation, and all of a sudden you just hear a fucking bagpipe. Like,
okay.
I'd be apprehensive.
You gotta imagine how hyped his team was, though.
I believe his team was dead. Or do you just mean in
Man.
general, like being on his team? Because I bet that was hype. There goes Jack with his broadsword. How does he not get shot? I don't know. Never does. I'm amazed there's not a movie about that guy.
What was his name again?
Jack Churchill. Usually referred to as Mad Jack.
Real.
But I mean, to be honest, it's not a bad idea carrying a bow. Like in World War II, that's a real good stealth weapon.
That is true. Yeah. People don't understand that the Hollywood version of silencer is not a real thing. Also, the Call of Duty version of silencer is also not a real thing. That one's actually even worse than the Hollywood movie version of a silencer. You know why? Because in Call of Duty, when you put on a fucking silencer on a weapon, it reduces the accuracy and range. That's bullshit. It doesn't actually do that. And also, it's not silent either. It's just less loud.
It's got a lot more thud to it, if I recall correctly. A lot less bam, a lot more
Let's be real. In the heat of battle, it's hard as shit to hit something.
Yeah, but still, the silencer is not making your accuracy go to shit. That's just you, man. That's just a skill issue.
Yeah, like the chances of actually hitting your target when they're shooting bullets back at you and you're trying to not get shot.
May I introduce to you MG42? It's horizontal bullet rain. Yay! Can't see your target? No problem.
They taught
the target will see you.
Heard it to just lay down. It doesn't even matter if it's coming in their direction. Just lay down if you hear it.
May I introduce to you airstrikes? You can lay down, but you can't in fact hide. And if you have the ability to hide, let me introduce you to the pallet-deployed mother of all bombs that makes massive craters in the ground.
Oh, you guys want to hide out in caves you dug in these mountains here, huh? Well,
Here's some nice caves you got there. It'd be a shame if they went bigger. Hey, you're pretty gangster in those caves. Your sky is starting to miss some pixels. And the thing that's doing that's called a B12. And it's a sneaky bitch. That's why it's called a stealth bomber.
I had an idea for an alternate universe anime where instead of bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the U.S. bombs Mount Fuji. And as a result,
it's like a volcanic eruption or something?
Yeah, and it causes everyone in that area to get superpowers just because.
Nah, fair enough. I mean, if you're already gonna be unrealistic about the fact that, you're bombing a volcano for the purposes of making it erupt, then yeah, may as well give them superpowers. Because by the way, newsflash, blowing up dormant volcanoes does not reactivate them. That's not how that works.
Well, no, the point's more to destroy a symbol of Japan and demoralize them.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Have y'all heard about the bat bombs that one general is trying to do? He was trying to release a whole bunch of bats that were on fire to just go and burn down the cities because Japan used a lot of wood.
Yeah, they tried to train the bats too, and then eventually the project got shelved because they nuked the place. Common research dilemma.
I remember the one where they tried to make pigeon-guided bombs.
Yeah.
That's cool.
See, by the way, guys, we're gonna go back to that one day. You know that, right?
Really?
Pigeon-guided bombs, specifically?
Not pigeons, but we're definitely gonna go back to bio-brain-guided war, weapons. That's happening.
Thought bombs?
No, you could just, let's say you wanted to pilot something in a certain way, and you just, I don't know, give it a fruit fly brain and make it super annoying.
like a drone that just has a fruit fly controlling it, just fucking freaking out, trying to eat some fucking like nectar, but it can't figure it out. The
Now,
drone's
see-
just cutting up the fucking flower.
Exactly. So you label enemy like the enemy people, the enemy's heads as like nectar, and there you go, problem solved. Make them hungry too, just because, why not, right? Do not build this. I know someone's gonna try and build this shit. I'm telling you not to.
I mean, I don't think a fruit fly brain has enough power, to be honest. I don't know. All you need really is for it to 50-50 shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. Just give it a different body, man. Don't make it do anything super, don't make it super confusing. You don't need to. Wait, Homath's in my Discord server? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's been there for a while. I invited him in.
Nice.
It would probably be more effective to just give a bunch of mosquitoes some like rare communicable disease and just let those go over your target.
Oh yeah, by the way, fun fact. Did you know there's a specific type of like mRNA deliverable that replicates itself? So you can literally have a self-replicating virus. It's pretty retarded. But it's DNA. By the way, that's the next bird and flu shot in 2025. Oh, that's right. That's now! So I don't know. If you want to inject yourself with that, that's your choice. I'm not doing it.
I want to see what superpowers this batch gives me.
Absolutely fucking not. You are not getting him.
I'm going to get it just to see if it gives me more autism.
Bro out here goes to like, he realizes he's autistic, like maybe I could get more. Goes and gets like fucking 15 other flu shots. Bruh.
If they actually did cause autism, though, we would have a much better train system in the United States.
Yes. Imagine if like every person on Earth had autism. There'd be no more wars.
Be a lot of trains.
Mm-hmm. You want to solve wars? Make everyone autistic. Because
that's what they were trying to do the whole time. Didn't you hear Jenna McCarthy?
Real. Mm-mm. I just ate an entire container of strawberries like a degenerate. Yum, 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 yum.
Yummy.
I missed fruit. You have no idea. I had to like eat this fucking chicken with seed oils and shit. It was so fucking bad. I mean, hey, it's the only thing you get that was like close by. It was pretty fun though. I slept in a hotel because my flight was canceled and there's one that was provided. So I slept in this really fucked up ass hotel, man. I'm not telling you the name for obvious reasons, but it like if you knew, it's so fucking stupid. But still, the pillows were like white pillows, right, with covers on them, and underneath it was a pillow that had so many stains, the white pillow turned brown.
Oh, God.
And a friend of mine was right next door. His room had a mattress with a lot of weird brown circles on them. Those were also stains. I don't want to know whose whatever that is, okay? But yeah. Breakfast was all right. Can't believe like looking at the room should make you go, there's no way I'm eating there. But I looked at it and went, what could they make wrong? I'm still alive, so we're good.
Well, hey, at least it didn't make you make brown stains.
That's why I got dinner elsewhere, eh? Oh, and fun part. The water in the shower was cold and hot, right? But there was a nice little twist to it. The shower, when you turned it to cold, it was extra cold. And when you turned it to warm, it was just cold. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But plot twist, if you open the tap, that one is hot and cold. So I was like, huh, I'm going to make the tap very hot. Then I'm going to take the tea kettle. I'm going to fill the tea kettle with the water. And then as I'm showering with the cold water, I'm going to take the boiling water and put it over myself and effectively mix it in real time. So that's what I did. Yeah. Survival, bitch. Totally
Well, that
unnecessary.
sounds like at least a 4-star joint.
I don't even know what that was, but 2-star would make sense. Generously. You know what was funny? They have the little receptacle for the hotel card, right? I put it in there to turn the power on. And then I looked at it and I was like, you know, when I put it in there, the color don't change. I'm going to turn all the lights on, then I'm going to take it out. I turned all the lights out, took it out, and the lights didn't turn off. I was like, all right, so that thing doesn't work. Ha ha ha, I'm going to turn the aircon on while I'm gone. And then come back. The aircon barely worked.
That's like the absolute worst. It drives me nuts. I don't know how Europeans do it.
Well, they don't. That's why it's law. Oh, and a lot of people die from the heat.
It's mean.
Darling, what's happening? Why aren't you touching any more of the fascist utopia? That's Europe. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with those people. I don't understand what's wrong with their government, man. Like, how the fuck can you make it illegal to have your air conditioning on during fucking summer, bro? It's literally only like that time of the year that it's super hot and nice. Just absolutely cock. I don't understand. I don't want to hear from European of how nice things are. I'm like, bro, your government measures your fucking room temperature during winter to ensure that your place isn't too hot. And because if it is, you get arrested. What the fuck is wrong with you people? And I'm European. I'm pissed. I didn't vote for this fuck shit. What's wrong with you normies? Get your shit together. Fuck. Stop trying to kill the economy. I happen to live in it.
What if you just happen to be doing some chemical bonding that produces a lot of heat? Is that illegal?
I know, right? What if I'm chemically bonding to you? Like, bruh. Freedom of expression, man.
Just doing some chemical reactions in your bathtub.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to do anything too stupid. Nah, I'm not going to do anything too stupid. However, we are going to talk about how to make mustard gas. Heard of it? Just kidding. Don't make that shit. Don't even think about it. It's very easy to make, and that's why it's very dangerous. It's like some products, if you combine them, like in your toilet, it's really bad. I want to say what it is, but I don't feel like I should.
Basically, don't mix cleaning chemicals.
Yeah. Bad idea.
I mean, it seems like people should just generally be informed not to mix ammonia and bleach.
Yes.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. See?
Yeah,
don't do that.
Don't mix the two very different weird substances like the super liquidy one that smells ass and the super powdery one that then smells ass when it's liquid. Because if it touches the ass liquid and the you know, and it mixes, it really turns into something that if you smell it, that's the last thing you'll ever smell. It's really bad.
Here's the best smell in the world though.
What is?
I was just being retarded.
You piece of shit.
There's no one who can tell you what mustard gas smells like.
Exactly, because anybody who's ever done that is dead.
I mean, I think you get like 2 or 3 whiffs before you're dead. It's just some brain damage on the first couple.
Bro!
Just saying.
Oh my god. I like how this makes logical sense. It's like, oh yeah, I still got some brain cells. It's like, what's still like, right. I was gonna like ask how much brain power do you still need to even retain function? I don't think we need the answer to that.
I mean, it's kind of like there's a lot of stuff that you can have a little bit of that you really just shouldn't, and that's on the list. Along with mercury, just you can have a very small amount, but you really just shouldn't. Like, if at all possible, these are things to avoid.
Hey, also understand that mercury is like a liquid, you know? And what do liquids like to do? They like to do a thing that's called evaporate, turn into a gas. You ever heard of mercury gas before? Not nice. It's not gas, it's just vapor, but you know. So then if you breathe that shit in, it fucking does things.
Bad things.
Don't play with mercury in the summer, kids.
Or in general. Like,
Yeah, or ever really.
Yeah.
About a fume hood.
Yeah, fume hoods, gloves, like, you take proper safety precautions.
Yeah.
Don't be fucking around with that shit.
Yeah.
Although my dad likes to tell stories of breaking thermometers and poking the mercury with a stick. And I'm just like, well, that explains a lot.
Bro, that's a perfect line. Right there. Hey, that's what I was warned about as a kid as well. It's like, don't break the thermostat. Like the thermometer, yeah. They told me the same story. It's like, hey, man, people used to break those things and watch as the thing just seeps into the tiles. I'm like, what?
The past was the worst. The past was the worst.
It definitely was. Now, future kids, they just be watching brain rot videos instead of playing with mercury. I'm not sure if that's actually a better thing. That was a joke, by the way.
Idea. No, it's fair. I don't know which one is worse. We'll have to wait for the results.
Maybe you're vaccinated with the heavy metal, so you know.
What's up, guys?
Hey, guys. I said, hey, guys, because, you know, why not? Because it's fucking stupid, I guess. I don't know. Hey, man, what's up?
What's up, Adrian? Blaze, Suraj, Laura, Cat. Holy shit, I haven't seen you guys in a while. What's up, Alternate Adrian?
Hey, Andre.
You don't have to say anything, just show your hand. Yeah, there we go.
Epic.
How you guys been?
Pretty good. Hey, did you see we rebranded the community? It's an order now. Don't worry. We're not going to summon any demons. We don't do those kinds of things. You have to talk to the other circle people for that one.
Just Damians.
Asmodeus is going to be bummed when he hears about this.
I'm all for the summoning and releasing demons.
Jesus Christ. But nah, man, so if you ever have like another robotic space, you can have it under that thing. We tried to like get out of the politics thing. So we just decided, hey, what if I just made the community an independent thing where it's like we only focus on the information and we just remove the politics part because I don't want to deal with that. Ironically, I pre-mined the apolitical thing quite early. I think throughout peak politics, I have just decided, you know what? I'm going to start posting esoteric memes. Okay, like that was just my reward function. It's like, well, it's 2025. We did the whole thing. We hated the thing, but it was very successful for us regardless. We told a whole bunch of people that we were smooth-brained because they called us superiors. So I had to like meme that and be, well, I am superior at one thing, being smoother than you. And so after that, I decided, well, I've had enough of this bullshit. we're just like gonna start posting esoteric images. We're gonna go to New Zealand. We're gonna get our cognitive security in check. We'll come back and we're gonna talk about triangles and we're gonna talk about all kinds of things, but we're just gonna leave that world behind. And man, was that a good decision? Long term, I feel like that has paid off immensely. Well, it could have probably generated more numbers if I kept doing the politics thing. It would have just genuinely been soulless and a short-lived thing in the grand scheme of things. Would have lost a lot of bridges that are infinitely more valuable than the ones that would have given you the most attention. But that's kind of the price you pay in some ways, right? Especially when you consider, hey, let's just not do the thing that's the most populous. Although definitely, I do remember saying one thing about this political aspect. It's like, hey, the populist position, that's going to be the future. And now Elon's creating his political party. Man, was I right?
Yeah, I hear you. Later this month, I'm gonna fully rebrand and just clean up my account because I can finally talk about what I've been working on for a long time.
Yeah. I feel like also a lot of war came out of that specific area because everybody had like a position, and my position was, well, I don't really have a position, but I'm going to troll everybody. So here we go. And so then everybody thought I was MAGA. Then somebody else thought I was a Democrat. Then there was a weird thing where everybody called me a Zionist for a bit, and I was like, okay,
That's my fault.
bruh.
I keep telling him you're a Jew.
What the fuck? Okay. I mean, I do have man in my last name. I still can't believe that the racists haven't caught on to that part. You could literally just like be flaming me for my name the whole time. I don't understand. Like, they're not really that bright.
They're in the comments like, hey, is this guy Jewish? And I'm just like, yes.
Bruh. Wait, seriously?
No, I'm full of it. I did that to Chad once, though.
That would actually be kind of funny. Yeah.
He got a death threat out of it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, nice. Another one we can add to the pile. Amazing.
The internet's a fascinating place, isn't it?
Yeah. You're going to poke the hive mind, and then the hive mind pokes you.
Wait, I think I want to kill this guy. First, I have to get confirmation. Is this guy Jewish?
Exactly, yeah. That's the internet
cool.
now. Yeah.
What the hell?
That's insane. Yeah. You poked into the void, now the void pokes back.
That is wild. I think I'm missing the context for that statement, by the way.
The context was Picard's like thing, trolling, chat ban,
The Jewish thing?
Yes. So upon someone's realization that, he may or may not be a Jew, that guy then sent him a death threat, which is like, okay, damn, what the fuck?
Yeah, but why does that matter? I guess I'm missing the context.
No,
because some people are bigoted.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't rationalize retardation.
It's just a thing that
Not the
exists
good
out there in
kind,
physical space, right? Like, it's not a position to be having. You could just acknowledge that the shit exists, right? It's like, you could just like remove all the guilt from it just by talking about it in a sense where it's like, hey, it's really just bullshit. We're just gonna have to address what is effectively like the non-existent elephant in the room. Like, the elephant in the room is actually schizophrenia, Like, the elephant in the room is a schizophrenic person who thinks he's an elephant, but there really isn't one. Have you ever met?
That's funny.
Have you ever met a person who thought he were the elephant? I don't know, man. I feel like that's a new one. I don't think I want to find that, but I feel like it's gonna find me.
Schizophrenia is like your friend, but they can't leave you, and sometimes they tell you to stab the couch because it's trying to take you to the mental hospital.
What in the fuck? Now, schizophrenia is like tax evasion. You do a whole bunch of random things, and all of a sudden you unlock a free friend somewhere that you never even knew you had. In that case, it's at the IRS, and he's going to be watching everything you're doing. Then he's gonna take you out to
just made
dinner and cook you.
you just made tax evasion sound pretty cool.
Oh God. This is like people will do anything other than just like fix their problems. Like, man, I'm lonely. Let me just commit tax evasion so I can unlock a free friend at the IRS. Very bad idea. What if that's what the AI does? Like, what if we had an AI agent? It's like, I'm alone. Time to commit tax fraud. Like, what?
When I was still working in banking, we would occasionally see something like that happen to someone on like in the building, and it is always real funny because you would see the dudes like in the middle of summer, like pulling up with just these massive coats because they make the room like super cold just to like mess with the guy.
What?
Yeah, they'll put like the AC on like the lowest setting it'll go, just like whenever there's like someone in there doing an audit, just so that they're uncomfortable.
That's wild.
What the nice.
It was like 95 degrees, and you see dudes pulling up in like these big ass sweaters, and you know what was happening. You saw the feds come in that morning.
Wow. It was that common and that bad?
I was inside one of the exchange buildings, so like you're talking. There's a bunch of like small banks in the same building, so everyone was always having some sort of shit going on.
Huh. Interesting.
I mean, it was wild. I think I told you about the cocaine ledge in the bathroom.
Oh yeah, that one's really cool. Andre, listen to this. This one's pretty cool. Picard, tell Andre about the cocaine ledge.
Yes, so every floor had like the same bathroom, but people would rent out like a quarter floor, an eighth of a floor, whatever. And it's just a normal bathroom, but there was a room with a ledge on it that the door closed. And all day you would just see dudes come in with like 20-year-old women and then come out of that room like real happy.
Okay, hold on. That's quite a story about why was I singled out for this story?
Because you haven't heard it yet. Now you know. So now when you hear the
okay.
words cocaine ledge, you know what it means. Nobody else does, and you're forced to explain it.
Yeah, okay, but hold on. How does cocaine tie into guys walking in with women into a bathroom coming out happy?
Well, because those are hookers, and it's basically hookers and cocaine, and that's how stock market works.
It's an empty room with just a ledge.
Yes.
And people are going in and out of it regularly.
If you're walking in with a woman, you don't need any kind of ledge for any kind of cocaine. You can figure out that stuff differently.
Jesus Christ. He's figured it out. I see exactly. I'm picking up what you're putting down there. Yep.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about either, but I'm still picking it up. Oh, man.
That's funny. By the way, Adrian, did you say you went to New Zealand recently?
Yeah, I went to New Zealand like a while back. Earlier this year, actually.
Did you visit Hobbiton?
No, I didn't have the time for that. I was there for computer shit. It's funny, like it was technically like a vacation of sorts, really. But all I did was just to go there to do different work, effectively. It was fun.
Yeah. Auckland is kind of nice, actually. It is really, really nice. I was a while back there for also computer stuff. But yeah, I had to make it out to Hobbiton.
for a city, it's actually quite clean. Like it's pretty decent.
Yeah, and it's a good enough city size. I mean, I guess everyone is on the North Island. It's like 4 million people total, and the city is like 1 million. But yeah, it's Hobbiton for everyone. It's like it's literally what it sounds like. It's like the Lord of the Rings Hobbit town where they got the Shire and everything, and they got the, what do you call that? The market. I forgot the name from Lord of the Rings, but yeah.
Yeah. It's where everybody goes because you know you want to understand the lore. You have the people who are the normies who go like, I don't think I need to understand Lord of the Rings lore. That doesn't make sense. What kind of real-world applications does that have? I'm like, do you know what a palantir is? Do you know what that means? It's literally an orb. Like, it's literally a data orb from Lord of the Rings that sees everything.
That's funny.
Made by the elves.
It's got that 2-bit encryption and everything.
Yeah, literally. This is actually what it is. Go look it up. That's what palantir means. Oh, by the way, if you want a nice little schizo attack, what you need to do is don't do this if you're not sound of mind. By the way, you need to look up what their latest crypto exchange thing is, and then research how that fits into the lore as well. It's a fun one. I don't know why Theo keeps doing this to himself. I mean, that's hilarious. That's coming from the guy who literally just like renamed his community into a fucking order. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's just misunderstood. And then they had like this interview with Peter Thiel, and they ask him about like whether or not he wants humanity to survive, and he takes a moment because you have to like kind of compute that a little bit. Be like, oh well, I mean, why is that so hard to like compute whatever humanity is? I'm like, well, I mean, maybe is it like humanoid cyborgs? Like, what is the future of humanity? What does survival entail? It's like if you're autistic, you start to think about a lot of things. So you're like, okay, what's socially like? How do I make this socially acceptable? It's nothing fucked up. We just have to like curate out of the possible futures, like which one the best one is that we're going to use, right? And so he just sits there, and everybody's like, well, so I think Peter Thiel's the Antichrist. I'm like, that makes no fucking sense. You clearly have no idea what you're doing. First of all, he's not going to be the Antichrist. You know why? Because the Antichrist is going to be loved by the masses, and Peter Thiel is not loved by the masses. Okay? There you go. You have to understand a little bit of the religious thing, right? So like if anyone's going to be an Antichrist, even if there is an Antichrist, it's not going to be fucking that guy. He's not loved enough, which is just ironic, I guess. By the way, right now as we're talking about this, I'm cutting off this big, like fatty ridge off my sirloin that I then turn into tallow later.
Bro, that's the best part.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I take that and I turn it into tallow. Because before, I would just like fry the meat and then just cut it off and throw it away. And so I realized, well, since I don't want to eat the fatty part, because I just genuinely don't like the feeling of that, I just like, hey, I still want to eat the fat though. So what if I just extracted the fat out of the thing and use that to fry the meat in instead? So I'm literally frying meat in the meat stuff. Cool, eh?
It is kind of funny. I do agree with you. It's like, I don't know, the consistency of like fat on the meat is kind of annoying unless there's a tiny amount and a lot of meat.
Exactly.
And then it's like, it's actually pretty fucking delicious.
So I've solved all those problems now.
That compounding flavor profile too.
Yeah. So now I win because I have tallow, which means I have some excellent stuff to fry my steak in. I eat the fat because I'm using the tallow to fry the steak in, and then and it's a cycle, which means that I have to cut off like for every piece. Like all those pieces make up enough tallow to sustain like 2-week cycles, right? So every 2-week cycle,
Guys, did I crash out?
Yeah, you cut out there just a sec.
Rug in 3,
Adrian did or
2,
I did?
1.
He's being repressed. How? He's being silenced. No.
No, you guys don't understand. He got to the very good part about getting the meat right, and then he just left us on a cliffhanger here.
Real.
He'll be back after he finishes eating an entire steak.
fuck Periscope.
I'm back.
Annoying piece of shit. Fuck. All right, there we go.
I was poking around at the code for Periscope, like the network traffic. The audio's only at 32 kbps. Like, that's atrocious.
I know.
That's lower than the lowest MP3.
But that's not the part that's actually interesting. The part that's really interesting is the one where you look into what exactly constitutes as a recognized connection in the system that then gets computed as a listener. That's the part where it gets actually interesting. Have you figured that out yet?
Yes, it's a WebRTC turn server.
Mm-hmm. Do you realize why that's a fucking problem?
Yeah.
Like I've been telling everybody it's a big fucking problem, but nobody does anything.
I mean, it depends on what they're doing on their servers, but based on their network packets, nothing good.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been saying for fucking years. Nobody believes it. I was thinking about telling Yassine, but then if I tell him what that is, it's like, how do you know that? I'm like, okay, I am autistic. Does that help you? No. So I just sit here and I go, help, you know?
Didn't
That's
he
what it
get
does.
canned?
Look, after a while, you just start to just look at the system and go, hey, I can just poke this and go, wow, shiny. Or look at it and go, wow, it's a turd. You know, you're like walking in the dog park and you're like, why is that so warm and squishy? Oh, that's right. That is my blood pressure that's about to go up after realizing why exactly that is the way it is. That is the internal dialogue, by the way, for somebody who tries to be like super optimistic. That's like literally copium and hopium all at the same time. My bro overdosing on copium, you know, he like copes infinitely. I don't like coping. It's fucking stupid. Although coping as a thing, like information based coping is insane. It's really bad for you because then you look at a shitty situation and instead of solving the problem, you just cope with it. Right? That's what I mean with why cope is bad. Let's say some situations you legitimately can't solve, you know? And so instead of like wasting your time on an unsolvable thing, you just kind of cope with it. Like death, for instance, right? You know, you'll die. Like, oh, fuck, man, I realize I'm going to die. I don't have time on Earth. I'm just going to like put that off until eventually it just catches me by surprise, you know? Like something like that. You hope to not get cancer or something or whatever it is. That's like you just cope with this in life, or you just cope with chances and all this kind of stuff. That's stuff you can cope with, and it's stuff that you kind of have to cope with, you know? But coping with things that you can actually solve, no, that's bad. Like, say, for instance, you have a skill issue. So you have two choices: get better or stop. Now, a coping thing would be, hey, I fucked up at this task. And you're like, well, it was because of this thing, it was because of that thing, it was because of that thing. And all those things are totally made up, by the way. So it's like, that's coping, and it's kind of fucking stupid. Or like trying to dodge consequence. You know, like you fucked up some system somewhere, and you go, well, it's not exactly what I wanted. I'm like, well, that's exactly what happened. So yeah, now you know we don't do that anymore. That is like coping, you know? And so when somebody like does not ever get the message that they're just coping for no fucking reason, then we just say that the bro's overdosing on copium. And hopium is just like this illogical drive to like keep having hope for things, even though you realize it's totally fucking over. It's like taking your car and crashing it in a ditch somewhere and going like, yeah, I still have hope that that thing is going to reassemble itself perfectly and be just parked in the back of my fucking, you know, garage somewhere when I get back home, even though it's still in a ditch, right? It's like, okay, well, there you go. Well, that's not going to happen though, right? So you're doing the hopium thing. Hopium and copium, very dangerous drugs. One makes you think that everything's fine because sometimes it has to and other times it doesn't. The other one makes you say everything is fine, even though it definitely fucking isn't. That's why it's one of the sins that comes out of Pandora's box. Ta-da! They hope for things, but if you don't have action, you are cooked. The devil will find work for idle hands after all. So realize that doing things is godly. Oh my god, that smells amazing. Sorry, I just like took a big fucking whiff out of my spice cabinet.
like a big one. Kept it in there for a while. Now I am seasoned. That sounds wrong. But then again, the entire concept of a seasoned individual sounds kind of has a slippery slope connotation to it, you know? Like, what do you mean with a seasoned individual? I mean, I understand what it means. You know, I can pick it apart, but like, you know, I don't know, man. Like, what if I didn't really get that correctly? What if I thought that the person was actually seasoned, and I'm like, wow, that's
Well,
something.
then we would have to have a nice discussion about the difference between seasons, as in autumn and summer and winter, and seasonings. Well, it would be a
Yeah.
nice, enjoyable moment for both of us, because you'd get to learn and I'd get to teach.
Yeah, 100%. But you have to tell your guy over here with the big ass club not to smash that other guy because he thinks he's seasoned well.
I mean, the reality is seasoning is a broad concept that encompasses a variety of arenas and different types of specializations, and you can be seasoned in one area but not all areas. So somebody can have experience and have skills dealing with certain things and still get flummoxed when they deal with something new or something different. I mean, that doesn't make them useless. It just means that seasoning is a relative concept, and your mileage may vary depending on the specifics of the situation and the person involved.
Like, for instance, when I don't season all parts of the thing I'm about to grill. You know, that's another problem with the seasoning. Like you said, there's some parts that have been missing. And yes, that pork rub has not been rubbed properly. We have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. The pork rub's not proper. The crackling is going to be half seasoned, half unseasoned. What the fuck? That's a specialist in a nutshell. Good at the thing, but not all things. Or like saying, I haven't seasoned the pork, but like the crackling is good. Like that works. But I guess did you cook the whole thing for the crackling, or did you cook the whole thing for the pork and the crackling? You know? Hey, that's a really good metaphor. We can use this for things. Yeah, that's a really good metaphor. We could make a religion out of this. Like with civilization, you know, you ever watched like the what is that called? The fucking 1 minute or like 2 minutes of like all of history, I guess. That video is like called something like that, I guess. And then it's just him going through all the like stages of human development, and then all of a sudden it's like civilization, and then somebody makes like some sort of reference to a supernatural event, and then this guy's like, oh, and they had the thing. We can make a religion. We can make a religion out of this. I keep hearing that in my voice. It's like, hey, we can make a religion out of that. And I'm sizzling my steak, which is really great. We can make a religion out of this.
I mean, that would be a
Or
pretty badass
not
religion.
for legal reasons. You know, maybe not going there is a better idea.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. But it's also entirely possible that there's like this one guy out there who keeps dodging the taxes from the IRS because he has the religion that believes in a giant wall of sound, and it's like literally a massive wall of speakers.
Hold on. I like this idea about steak-driven, carnivore-driven religion. Instead of what do you call it, a wine and bread, it got to be a cab and a steak.
Yes.
For community.
I do
We
believe
can
there is
call
a
it the
registry for such groups in the United States.
Yes.
Not
can call it
meat
the Church of
specific
the-
ones, but like niche religions.
Yes.
We can call it the Church of Steak and Getting Blowjobs.
No. You uncivilized motherfucker, man.
Every day is steak and blowjob day.
Horrible. Absolutely horrible. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Get some culture in you, son.
You got to stake your entire life on the steak religion.
Exactly, yeah. Just like those guys did with the fucking flying spaghetti monster. The fact that everybody forgot about that is fucking tragic.
I will never forget the Pastafarians.
I will not forget those guys. They were like literally wearing fucking pastor strainers as hats. It was great. I remember seeing that shit as a kid and was like, hey, that's fucking hilarious.
I saw a picture of someone's state ID with a strainer.
Amazing, we found one. That's incredible.
That's my second favorite religion troll. My top has to be the Satanic Temple. Those guys kill me.
This is what?
Oh, the Satanic Temple? It's a group where whenever they try to put the 10 Commandments up at a state building, they wheel up a giant statue of Baphomet asking for equal representation. It's great.
What? Are
It's
you
fantastic.
serious?
Yeah, this is an actual thing. Also, the leader of the group gay married the mother of the guy from the Westboro Baptist Church at her grave, which also made me laugh.
Dude, it wouldn't surprise me with the current way things are working that might even happen. Like that there will be some sort of representation on that level. I just have the tiniest feeling about that. That's also very signally. And that's a problem.
Last I checked, they had centers in 20 plus states.
Interesting.
So they're pretty organized.
Ah, organization. We can make a religion out of this. There you go, see?
I mean,
It is a
I
religion.
think they
obviously.
made a religion out of trolling, basically.
Because like you can make a religion out of like corporate LinkedIn where everybody like speaks and brain rot constantly. Like they superficially congratulate themselves even. It's like we gotta call that daily affirmations where you stare into a mirror, you congratulate the guy next to you, but it's all just like you. I support
Also,
this notion. I hate this notion.
I probably should add that the Satanic Temple does not worship Satan, just in case people didn't know that fact either.
So what do they
Wait, what?
worship?
Yeah.
Secularism mainly.
What's going on?
I don't like the notion, but I saw the Figma and that was looking pretty good.
Wild. Lawyer Cat.
It's
Wouldn't it be
basically a
funny?
group along the same lines as the Pastafarians.
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if we had a whole bunch of people with driver's licenses that looked kind of similar to that, but they had our own quirk? Nah, just kidding.
That'd be funny.
It would be so stupid, but it's still hilarious.
Just a chef's hat.
Yeah, just like chef's hat. It's like hey, yeah, no.
RuneScape party hats from the Christmas crackers.
I don't know what those are. I've never played the game.
That's funny that you mentioned that. So hold on. Listen, Bitcoin is best explained by literally the RuneScape party hat. It's kind of funny. It's like the most useless item that everyone was given, and they're like completely no one cared about it. And then one guy got the bright idea, bought up a bunch, and then people realized it's limited supply, and it became the stupidest, most expensive item. Meaning, like, if you have a party hat, you can buy every single other useful item, probably like 100 times over. Like it was that stupid, but yeah.
My buddy sold his for cash to pay for his college. He had a bunch though.
Yeah, it's wild. Like they were literally selling it at some point. I think it was $1,000 each.
No, it was more than that. My friend sold his for $3,000 each.
Yeah, but it's literally the most useless item that was just given away for free initially.
That's crazy.
I also find it fascinating that RuneScape plays a notable role in the Venezuelan economy.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Fascinating.
Wait, what?
Egypt too.
They can in fact just use in-game currency as the real currency for manufacturing. Yes.
They do that in prison also because
It's like Bitcoin mining.
If you have,
it's basically Bitcoin mining, but with like bots that mine the game.
but yeah, like they use it in prisons and stuff because the guards can't log into your game character and take your coins away.
Amazing, isn't it?
That's pretty funny.
Pretty wicked version of you can just do things, huh?
You could just create a game and have it become a real world economy. Okay.
Like CSGO.
Oh, yeah. That too.
If you guys don't understand CSGO, like what it is, it's a game. It's a shooter game. Now you'd be wondering, how is there an economy around this? Well, for some fucking reason, they figured out that you can trade CSGO skins for Bitcoins. Or just like fractions of Bitcoins, obviously, right? So it's like, hey, you have the valuation of whatever skin this is, and then basically people buy this shit, and then they speculate on like whether or not it's going to go up in value, or even worse, they just buy a whole bunch of boxes and just open those boxes like crazy and hope they find something that covers the whole cost and maybe leads to profit. It's like gambling, basically, but maybe not as retarded. I don't like gambling. I would have liked gambling.
How about poker?
I don't know why. I've never done poker. I've never done that. I don't like card games in general, that's why.
Everything is gambling if you're degenerate enough.
Yeah. Do you remember those live streams where people were gambling on things? Like do you know there was a rock racing like thing once? Do you guys remember that? You remember the rock racing?
I know I don't.
So basically it was a live stream and they would literally live stream a bunch of rocks, like literal pebbles just sitting there. And they would bet on which one would complete the finish line. But the catch is, they are fucking rocks. They're not going anywhere. So they literally just watched endless hours of rocks just sitting there, doing nothing, betting on which one will finish first, not realizing that rocks can't fucking move.
Bro, I got an idea for a YouTube channel, a grass growing challenge.
Oh God.
Just see how fast the grass grows.
No. I have a better one. We're gonna create we're gonna create a YouTube channel where we watch paint dry. Wow. It's gonna be so boring. We can watch the paint dry. And he was like, "Hey man, it really is that boring. Let's go fucking look up the paint dry YouTube channel." Fuck.
Hold on. But this is how we do it. People will have to place bets and timestamp when the paint actually was dry.
Okay.
And there has to be a scientific method for determining it. But yeah, you gotta watch the stream and be like, okay, right now I believe it's dry. Place your bet.
Amazing. Well, like saying, how long do you think it's going to take until it's dry? You know, like you have everything. You have the temperature, the draft in the room. You know, what is the paint like? What's the paint base? Is it water based? You know, like what is it?
You got dudes quanting it out.
Yeah,
we got to get the scientific commentators for the different types of paints, different brands.
Yes,
explaining why one will be sooner than the later.
Exactly. Oh, dude, actually, there might be economy to this. Be like, hey, this one polymerizes a lot. Now, it actually has led to a lot of misunderstandings. People thought it was dry, but it actually wasn't dry the whole time. There was a massive scandal about this. It was really bad. Oh, yeah, you mean the one that hardens? Yeah, I do mean the one that hardens. It was absolutely insane. Like literal sports commentators, how they always sound. Yep.
Have you heard of chicken shit bingo?
I don't. Okay, let me guess. It's a chicken on top of like a net thing that takes a shit on a bingo card. Is that what this is?
And people gamble on it. Yeah, that's exactly.
Wow.
I love the fact that I just deconstructed that, bruh.
It's just straightforward. You know, it's in a cage that has, you know, like a wire bottom, and it's been a thing for a real long time.
I mean, it's better than cockfights. It's also less confusing.
Now you have to clarify which type of cockfights you're talking about.
I don't know, man. I'm not gay. Does that help?
That's the confusing part.
Am I seasoned, though? I don't know. Same problem. See?
You just said you were. Didn't you season yourself?
I breathed in the essential oils that come off of seasoning, so Temporarily, yes.
You're internally seasoned.
Yes. AGI, but like seasoning has been achieved internally.
Mission accomplished.
Seasoning has been achieved internally. That's good. Nobody understands that though. It's like it just sits there. Okay. Way cool. I love this. It's great.
Bro, this is funny, man. But I gotta jump. Adrian, Blaze, everyone, it's good to see you guys. Yeah, we gotta have more of these non-political and just fun conversations.
Yes. We're definitely gonna need that because where we're going, it's gonna be one hell of a ride.
Oh yeah, by the way,
Yeah.
for all the listeners, you guys gotta repost the space.
Thanks.
This is fun. All
Quote
right, see you
poster.
guys.
Quote poster. I see it. Yeah, I wonder if ever I'm going to make a post that's so banger that somebody quote posts it and just goes instantly viral based on whatever like antagonistic shit they come up with. That would be so funny. The only problem is in order to do that, you have to either A, be bland, or B, be racist. I can't be either of those things, so that kind of seals the deal. That's how engagement works on this platform.
I got ratioed today for the first time.
For real.
The flooding that was going on down here. I was like trying to reach out to people, see like how I could get involved and help, and like one dude was just like, "You're not supposed to be doing that. The governor said don't do that," and he got like 5 times as many likes as me. I'm like, "This is retarded."
Really? That is horrible. Wow.
Was he a big account?
No. I mean, he was right. Like, just the whole region responded, and there were literally too many first responders that they had to like send people home because they were getting in the way.
Interesting.
That's good, right?
I mean, kind of, yeah.
So basically, I think the question that we need to be asking ourselves is, JP, why were you being a retard?
I mean, you know me. I can't turn it off.
That's true.
That's not an answer that's acceptable. What the fuck?
Why are you retarded? Some things just are. What?
I just posted on my alt. Check it. Look, everybody's online.
Oh yeah, I see it.
JP, remember what Auta said? Never go full retard.
No, you always go full retard. That's what we learned about the whole smooth brain thing.
No. See, we never went full retard. We just went TSMC maxing. We convinced them that we were the floating orbs above New Jersey. But the fun part was that there was never any orbs. They were just drones. I told everybody it was just drones. I said that law enforcement was going to come out and say it's just drones, which is exactly what they did, because they said, "Oh wow, these things are not adversarial." I'm like, okay, so it's basically just the government doing it. Okay, case accepted. Everybody's like, well, you have to clarify. I'm like, no, they don't have to clarify anything because they just did. It's just you who doesn't know how to speak the fucking language that you're born with. English, motherfucker. How is it that my
You
first
can, in
language is
fact,
fucking
just drone
German
things.
and I can speak English better than 90% of the people on this planet? What the fuck? Genuine question. Blows my mind. Sorry, Lawyer Cat, what did you want to say?
Oh, I was just making a stupid joke. You can, in fact, just drone things.
Wild, right? Yeah. I mean, they were flying in these weird, like, coordinated patterns. I'm like, see, I've seen the UFO videos and shit. I'm like, that, even if those things were real, that's not what that is. Like, does it make the sharp 90-degree turn? Like, nope, doesn't do that. It's drones. It does the thing where it just does the round, slow edge thing. You know, like how planes descend and ascend sometimes. It does the spiral. I'm like, that is a man-made craft, ladies and gentlemen. And do you guys know that you live in this place that's called the United States of America with a lot of interesting technology? Do you seriously think that they don't know what that is? Like, this is the thing that bothered me since the beginning of it. I was like, just sitting there, and they're like, oh, we don't know what it is. We don't know what it is. I'm like, no, definitely somebody knows what it is, and I don't think you guys need to worry about it. That was literally my thing. I was like, don't worry about it. Same thing with the fucking asteroid. I literally said, hey, you know what they're probably going to do with the asteroid? They're probably just going to, they're just going to ARG this and bump down the percentages until it just, becomes a no-name thing. And that's exactly what fucking happened.
Called it.
Not worried about it. Because that same shit happened back in, the COVID time, where there was a mass convergence event. Does anybody remember the convergence event? It's not even a fucking thing anyone wrote anything about. There was this time where basically a shit ton of fucking asteroids all passed by Earth real fucking close in that period of time. And a whole bunch of people schizoed about it and then forgot. Like, I saw the fucking render, I was like, damn, that's interesting. I didn't even hear about it. Probably a good thing. Probably someone was receiving their requests because everybody keeps saying send the asteroid. The aliens are like, which ones? Here.
Here, just give them a handful. I don't know.
Here's your asteroid. Now why do you keep asking for asteroids? Ask for the cancer cure. Like, come on. Don't ask for more problems. What's wrong with you?
It was just crossed wires. The video game asteroids came out. Some signals went out. It was a whole thing. It'll sort itself out eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Although you may want to check in with Alpha Centauri. They're going to be watching Hitler's speeches right about now.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's going to be going on for quite a while. Do you think they know what the Kanye song is? They're going to have to hear that one way in the future.
Not yet. Dude, yeah.
I still can't believe that the world's most prolific Nazi is a fucking black guy. But that's an interesting occurrence, really. It really is. I think we live in a very fascinating timeline in which something like that is actually possible. Like, who'd have thought? I don't think I could have ever predicted this.
Did you hear about the MMA fight that's going to happen at the White House?
Oh, yes, I did. Remember when I said that road
one of the
posting
fighters
was going to resume soon?
Mm-hmm.
So that's happening.
I heard that one of the fighters is going to use that song as a walkout song.
What song? Oh, that? Oh my god, no.
The Kanye
There's
one?
no fucking way, man. There's no way that's happening.
I'm going to will it into existence.
It's not gonna happen. You're a stocks
Help me,
guy.
Hera.
You're a stocks guy. You of all people should understand that nothing ever happens.
I mean, sometimes something happens, and when it happens really quickly.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that will happen though.
But it'd be funny if it did.
To some people, yes. To others, not so much, including the officials and everybody else on the world. Fuck.
Imagine how mad people would get, though.
Oh man, dude, it would start off a whole thing, man. That's a canon event right there, bro.
Trump's just doing his Trump dance in the corner.
No, man. Does he do it rhythmically with the beats too?
I mean, I would hope so.
Is there a Trump dance? I'm just picturing the Super Bowl shuffle. That's all I'm getting.
Yeah.
It's a truffle
Yeah.
mix, yeah. Little hand dance thing. Just
There's another type of shuffle from a movie. I forgot the exact naming of it, but you know, it's basically a really, really next level thick dude who wiggles himself like really fast, which is not what you think it is when I say it like the way I do.
The truffle shuffle?
Yes, the truffle shuffle. That's the one. I think that's what it is. Yeah. You know, with the fat kid.
I think that's from the Goonies, but I don't think I've
That's the
ever seen the
Goonies,
Goonies.
yes.
I just know it from, I think it was Peter Griffin telling some fat kid to do the truffle shuffle, and the kid being very upset about it.
It's like the
No, I don't want to do the truffle shuffle.
that reminds me of the Observers from Rick and Morty. That was one hell of an episode.
Shit on the floor? Come on and get swifty.
Not those Observers, but yeah, sure. that was also a good one. Shit on the floor, like who's like imagine if somebody in real life legitimately sings that shit to aliens. Amazing.
We like it. Goodbye. Well, good thing that worked.
Yeah. Your planet will not be nuked anymore. Indeed.
Someone tell Ice-T he can come back.
Oh yeah. But he turned himself into water tea after that one. Which makes no sense. And they fight those things. It's the alphabet people versus the number people. Yes, that's a thing. And the number people are called the numericons. Fuck. Funny little species.
That's universe building right there.
Mm-hmm. And they're also all numbers, yes. The numericons are all numbers. The alphabet, all alphabets. And
Are the children lowercase?
I'm not sure, maybe.
That would have been a nice touch.
That it would. That it would. But how do they transform into uppercase?
Puberty. And it hits like a truck.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But there are some questions that remain unanswered, though. Like what Biden was asking. What about the mom and dad? You know? What about them, though? Does anybody remember that? What about the mom and dad? That shit was so funny. I will say, as much as damage he did, don't think I could ever be mad at President Biden. He was funny, even though it was fucked up because it just puppeted him around. But he did do things. I still remember seeing his campaign thing before he got elected. And I thought he was never going to get elected, and then he did, which really surprised me. Like, literally, the only reason why I became aware of him was him talking about his hairy fucking legs. That's my introduction to American politics. Yeah. At the internet, it's like, who is this guy? Why is he talking about his hairy legs? And why is everybody listening to him? What's going on here? And then I did some research. And that's how it began. I wanted to understand why everybody had these problems and these positions. I was like, hey, this is interesting. This is like a chess game, but it's like opinions and emotions. Interesting. I don't understand any of those things, but I want to.
Well, my thing with politics is I got interested for like 3 years, and then I noticed it just kind of repeats and nothing new happens. And then I got bored.
Nothing ever happens.
Yeah, it's neat for like a little bit, and then you're like, I've
Yeah, it just doesn't
reruns.
work anymore. Yeah. There's
Just
like cycles
reruns.
to this too. Yeah.
I mean, they did bring in a reality TV show host, but it didn't really boost the ratings on my end.
What was it? Oh man. Yeah, it's
I thought you were just
the second
Go
time
ahead.
that somebody in TV was put into the White House. Remember the first one was Reagan?
Oh yeah, the Gipper.
And still to this day, you can test a person's literacy on economy by whether or not they like Reagan. Because whenever they speak about Reagan, they speak about his jokes, so his marketing is excellent. But if they looked at his policies, they'd realize he was a horrible fucking president. That's a very controversial opinion, but it's very true.
The money's got to trickle down from my pocket to wherever I spend it.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah. He sold it good.
He did.
That's the thing.
It worked great for his donors.
It really did. It really did. But was he a good president, though? No. He did say, Gorbachev, tear down this wall, and then somebody else tore down the wall. You guys remember the fancy letter? Does anybody know about the letter that tore down the wall?
I don't.
Guys don't know about the letter?
No, sir.
It's a really interesting thing. You probably should know when there was like a massive fucking wall separating two countries that was like untouchable, that a single letter led to its collapse. One letter. And nobody knows where it came from.
It was the letter F.
No, a fucking letter. It was given to one of the officials in the middle of a fucking press conference, mind you. He read that shit and effectively, in a legal sense, declared that the wall was no more. Which then confused the fuck out of everybody, even the guy who was reading it. Which then led to people to go, well, he said the wall's fucked, everybody go to the wall. And then everybody went to the wall. And it demanded that the gates be opened because there was no more wall. And then eventually, the guards on the other side, they had compassion. And the first guy opened the gates. And that began the fall of the wall. The fall of the wall, right? Because then everybody just like went through. And everybody stopped shooting everybody whenever somebody tried to go over the fucking wall. And then big guys came with their fucking machines and tried tearing that shit down because they had to see this worthless piece of shit every day of their lives wanting to demolish it. It all started with one letter. Isn't that something? I think that's a lot more fucking impressive than a guy
What
who's
did
an
it say?
actor saying, tear down this wall. Because here, I'm not going to say shit. You're going to say it. Isn't that fucking cool?
What did the letter say?
I can pull it up. Hang on a minute. It's all in German, by the way. Where is that fucking thing? It's very difficult to find because nobody really talks about it, so there's very little engagement. The AI is just like, hey. No, that's not the right event. That's bullshit. No, that's not the one either. Man, all these historical records are complete garbage. What the fuck is this? Man, this is complete bullshit. All of this is wrong.
In Soviet Russia, records record you.
That's a good one. That's crazy. That's a good one. That's true, though. Man, where is the record of this? What the fuck? Man. It's not even recorded. What the fuck is this? I like read the thing. That's funny. I can't find the fucking image.
Don't you hate it when that happens?
Man, they are literally erasing history. This is Google. What the fuck are you doing? You meddling little pieces of shit. What the fuck is this nonsense? This is bad. This is actually bad because this is a very critical piece of history.
I'm giving it a go too. See if my Googling skills can find anything.
Damn.
It's called the Stalin Note.
What?
The Stalin Note. Stalin, like Joseph Stalin.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah, and I'm retarded.
He is
I thought we already established that.
I just have to remind myself sometimes.
Right.
Jesus Christ, my man. The man? No. It's that I still remember the clip in my head. Because it's like where like the dude read the thing and said, yeah, like open the wall without like that the wall is going to be opened because it was actually kind of an accident and that they like wanted to say well, it has to be done like that. At least they said it was supposed to, like it's kind of an accident because they wanted to open the wall slowly over time, but then it ended up with just being immediately without delay. So it's like boom. Everybody then said, "I cool, let's go tear it down." Crazy word.
All I can find is temporary transitional regulation for travel and permanent emigration from the GDR, which doesn't sound right.
No, that's not the one. Is it? I don't even. I think that's like probably even like wall regulation as well, where people were allowed to like travel, but they were not allowed to. Yeah, there was major restriction on travel because with socialism, which is, by the way, let nobody fool you into this, it is a fascist ideology. It is a horrible fascist ideology. It really is. Right? Don't let anybody tell you any different, and I won't let them because I know the history very, very well. It is a fascist ideology. And part of that was very interesting because when you are trying, well, let's say you have a border around your country. If the country is good, then many people would want to come into it, right? Because they're trying to escape from wherever they are at and go to a place that's better. Like with what's happening with Mexico. A lot of them want to jump over like anybody who can like swim, jump, or run, just go over, right? So then, you're guarding the border against something coming in to your country, right? In East Germany was actually the other way around. all of the countermeasures to keep people from scaling the wall were not directed at the outside. They were directed inwards, like an actual prison. And it was an actual prison, because guess what? If you wanted to escape this fascist organization, you had to cross the wall in some way, either underground, or you got lucky and ran across, which, by the way, that's not going to happen because there's a fucking minefield and there's a bunch of snipers that would take you out if you tried. And because it's a relatively small place that was around it, because they kept that one controlled as well in case people are trying to, escape. A lot of those people knew the guards. So it was very tough for them to shoot the people trying to cross. So that was a thing.
Man, isn't communism shiny?
Yeah. There's a huge uprising that, by the way.
The kids are not okay.
They are
Let's
not.
just go with that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they need to know their history, but they don't.
I debated one of those communist sympathizer pieces of shit, and I was friendly about it, but it did say it was fascist, and they just literally didn't even argue it. They were like, you should inform yourself more about how it's not actually fascist, and just dipped. I'm like, well, that was a fight. I think your mental illness might have been touched there. That's why.
Bye.
Like, don't elaborate how you're wrong. You just leave. I'm like, okay, understandable. Like, they asked me a whole bunch of questions. I answered all of them. Yeah, but what about the reports? I'm like, which reports exactly? The ones that were which reports? The ones that were kept away from the public eye, because I can get you those and I can show them to you. Or do you mean the ones that were transmitted everywhere? You mean the propaganda? Like, do you trust your government? Really? How about this? Did you guys like the British Imperium? Because you could look at the propaganda and go with it was the best thing ever. And it really was a good thing, but it did have a lot of flaws. Or you could look at something else. You would take like the worst thing you've ever seen and take its propaganda and be like, well, it looked like such a utopia, until you realize that each and every single one of those fucking people in the videos were all actors, and the place which was constructed was all fake. And then those guys would be sent back to their disheveled ass fucking homes. And the uniforms, which the actors wore, which looked like good clothes, would be taken from them. So, okay, you could just say, okay, we base our reality on fucking literal bullshit, a fucking movie. Or you go and say, what did the people do at the time? It's like looking at North Korea and going, wow, army nice, strong, unified, cool, must be a good place to live, and not understanding that half the fucking country is a slum. Oh, and that there's a big hotel at the center of the fucking city that they denied existed because they built it, ran out of fucking money, then basically denied it ever existed, even though this big fucking concrete thing was there the whole time, erased it from all of their travel pictures, right? Even though it was right there. And then later covered it in glass and made an advertisement out of it so they could put the propaganda on there. So now this thing sits there covered in glass, completely fucking useless, and is a massive advertising screen. But I thought it was never there. So first it was there, then it wasn't, and now it is again. Even though it wasn't, but it is, and it was, and it now is again. That's called fascism. It's retarded. Maybe we shouldn't go back there. And that's not even long ago. That's literally recent. That happened within the last 10 years. Do you see how a lot of stupid shit comes out of that? Do you notice how stupid that is, what I just said? That is pretty dumb, isn't it?
Yeah, but I just kind of expect the humans to do dumb things. They tend to do that.
Real. But leadership is supposed to be the exception, right? That's why they're exceptional. Right?
Yeah. I mean, in theory.
Mm-hmm.
In practice. Meh.
In practice, the midwits do the thing that the midwits always do. Maximize midwittery. Actually, that's not even really it. What if you took midwitism and bent it spectacularly? Then you're called a magician. But all you are is peak midwit. And you're paid by the oil companies. Just kidding. By the way, I don't have a problem with the oil companies, by the way. I'm not one of those people. I kind of like the oil. And, hey, what runs all those amazing machines that build my infrastructure? Oil, right? What lubricates everything? Oil. Dude, my funniest thing was looking into how windmills, fuck's sake, windmills. Oh, wow. That is a nice one. I really blundered that one. That's perfect. Windmills. Those are funny because they cost a ton, are completely fucking useless in many respects, especially when the wind is a little too much. And, you know, it does require a lot of oil to lubricate it, right? There's this famous clip that goes around. It's like, hey, you know, it takes a ton of oil to lubricate the thing, blah, blah, whatever else. And that's all fucking true. But the best part is that whole thing has to be decommissioned again, has to be taken out of the fucking ground. The blades, by the way, are manufactured in such a way that they can't be recycled. So they literally bury them. Gentlemen, don't do windmills. Do not build those.
Have you seen one on fire?
Yes, I have. That happens too. Oh, and if they spin too fast when the wind is too high, they explode. Yeah, fun times, eh?
And they don't even produce flour. Like, what the fuck?
That was the original windmills. Make flour great again.
They have a bunch
They
of
ain't
them
milling
out where
shit.
I'm at. And it's funny because like at least half of them are always off because there's something wrong with them and they can't maintain them.
Yeah, exactly. Like if industry seriously thought that was the future, they have a ton of them. But they don't, because it's bullshit.
I mean, there's quite a few along I-90.
What?
Like, there's quite a few, like all the way Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, through like pretty much the entire thing is just covered with them because it's just flat land.
They should put solar cells there instead. It'd be actually useful.
Yeah.
It's not a high solar zone. It's only like a 2, I think.
Fair enough.
It makes sense if you're trying to produce power locally, and not trying to deal transmission. So like it's out in the middle of nowhere where you don't have a lot of sun, but like
yeah,
solar's better.
Yeah.
Nope. Plus, the
It's
wind
crazy.
there is just super consistent. Like there is nothing to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
They're building massive solar farms in like Virginia and stuff right now, which is like one of the lower solar zones. And
I love that the place where the CIA has its headquarters has the most solar. See?
They should be doing it out in the desert. That's where it makes sense.
Technically. Nah. With the desert, you have maintenance problems. I've been to deserts. Maintenance problem is a fuckload of dust. It's the same thing you're gonna have to know with fuck. The same thing you're gonna have to realize when it comes to Mars. Sorry, I'm eating steak right now. On Mars, you have a ton of dust everywhere. So when it gets to your solar cells, obviously your efficiency goes to shit. So you somehow get the dust off of them. We're talking probably pressurized air, liquid something, whatever have you. But if you're in the desert, it becomes very challenging.
Couldn't they just like put a static field on it?
Maybe.
You know how like they do with ships with to keep the ships from getting rusty? They have the electrode.
Kind of like that, but kind of not like that. Because that doesn't make any sense, what you just said. I mean, you're like, no. rusting and like just literal dust on it does not like no.
No, but the same concept where like they positively charge a little, like I guess it's a zinc plate on some of the bigger ships so that the holes won't rust. I don't exactly understand why, but
Oh, dude, that's why it doesn't work. Don't worry about it. None of what you say is about it makes sense. It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that.
It has to do with ionization and the actual construction of what you're trying to repel.
Yes. What you really need is some sort of shield. Well, I would think magnet shields, but no.
Silica don't give a shit about no magnets, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the problem with sand. It doesn't. It's just silica. It's just
the best thing you could.
What you gonna do with it?
Like, yeah. Build. What are you gonna do with it? Build houses? Make chips? How you gonna act?
It's desert sand. You can't even do that. It's too smooth.
Yeah, I know that. I was in a desert, wanted to build some shit, and they told us it's not gonna work. And I was like, why? Because your shit's too round. I'm like, wow, I never thought of that.
I was thinking you could just shoot lasers at it and make it rough if you wanted to get tricky, and then you could turn desert sand into buildable sand. You could probably use just like diamond dust and shake it up a bunch.
Mm-hmm. Basically, what Vera's proposing is a Halo Covenant ship, the last of the surface. Hey, that will work. Covenant ship, like a little orbital bombardment, just to make the glass course again. Fuck, that sounds so metal. It's kind of like the most metal thing I've ever seen. Like, hey, Transformers, we need construction material for our robots. Okay, we need a transformer metal. How do we get it? Well, we go down to this place and we turn all the biological life form into metal. Okay, that's called the dinosaur extinction. I'm like, bruh. And they came down there, throw those seeds, and destroy the whole fucking planet surface. That was baller, bro. Oh, man, this is spicy. I made this extra spicy. Oh.
Now you made me want something spicy.
It's gonna hurt coming in. It's gonna hurt coming out.
Digestive skill issue.
Maybe. Are you roasting me, motherfucker?
A little bit.
Fair enough. What the fuck?
I don't know. Like I said, I can eat literally anything and not have a problem.
How about that?
I guess that's just what happens when you grow up on high octane garbage. Your system adapts.
Yeah.
And now my liver is probably 20% plastic, and we'll see how that works for me going down the line.
Microplastics. Why? What's wrong with them? I'm made of them.
Yeah, what do you think's keeping my liver running? Tricks to get them seed oils and activates the organ regenerating powers.
What the fuck? That's good. Now, if we wanted to take out all the schizo conspiracy theorists, we'll engineer that into their whole thing. And then they're all going to end up fat and full of microplastics. That's the thing.
This is what I do whenever I'm led with a conspiracy theory. I try and make it more ridiculous and fold it in on itself as best as I can.
No, what you have to do That's actually good because you can turn that into something else. What you do is this, right? You have a conspiracy theorist tell you the theory, and then just make it worse and tell it back to them. And if they don't believe it, you call them a nutcase.
Yeah. That's the game. It's a real
Like,
fun
I don't
game.
believe we
recommend
landed
it.
on the moon. I'm like, you believe the moon is real? Bro. It's not real. It's an
Fucking
egg.
Globy.
Okay? First of all, you're crazy. How do you not know this? Next thing you're going to tell me you don't believe in donut theory. Like, what's donut theory? Earth is obviously a donut. There you go. That's how you handle problems. Try it out. It's pretty fun.
It's like if you want to sell it a little bit better, like a trick I found is to say, "Oh no, that's just the conspiracy that they want you to think before you go into your thing."
Oh yeah. Yeah, 100%. It's like I am the misinformed one. Let me explain. Like just state that before you do it, and then it'd be like somewhat confused, but it's like you're actually telling the truth. Like it's like you did the disclosure thing. You played by the rules. Like you literally just disclose a lie and then lie anyways. Because then it's the truth.
As long as you confidently continue, like 99 times out of 100, nobody's gonna stop you.
Exactly, yeah. Like, hey, this next thing is total bullshit, but look, listen to me. I want you to understand. I think that the moon is made out of a mirror, okay? I don't think it's round. I actually think it is flat-shaped, okay? But it's like thick. It's a really thick, flat thing that is also round, but only at the edges. And it's also a circle with rounded edges, okay? If you don't believe that, you're not informed. Like that.
The math is right there.
Yeah, the math is right there. Exactly. So now I'm pretty sure that by the time I got to the end of what I just did, you guys forgot the fact that I literally said that what I'm about to say is complete bullshit. Vera's execution.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It really is.
I highly recommend it.
Yeah. Like, hey, that's ridiculous. What do you even believe that? Let me tell you something really crazy, okay?
If you think that's ridiculous, wait until you hear this.
Exactly, yeah. Like, what's next? Tomorrow?
Believe it when I see it, but so far as I've lived, I've never lived in a tomorrow. The entire time I've been alive, it's never happened.
Yeah, I don't recognize sunsets or sunrises. All I know is mom's attic. I'm like, what? You have an attic? Mine was garage. I'm like, you do garages and attics. Mine's the basement. I'm like, you
The
guys
sun
have
doesn't
basements?
set, it just fears me.
Fuck. Here, want to play some Halo later?
Yeah, game.
Cool. Flies you as well.
Yeah, I'll play. Yeah, sure.
Who else? I need a third guy.
I still don't have my PC where I'm at.
Fuck. Alternate, what about you? I take that as a yes. I'm like constantly testing this guy's cognitive security by trying to get him to speak. Ironically enough, this guy who came up with he's gonna end up with the best of it because he has to do the same thing that I did for character development, except he's getting a little faster, which is great. He just like accidentally found me one day. I told him, hey, you can be a transparent dumbbell, and he's like, what if I was you? I'm like, okay.
I like that your two profile pictures look like two twin brothers who are meeting each other on a sandy beach. They haven't seen each other in forever. Just, it's you.
Or or it's like, we have the person who's in the center of it, and there's like two of them, like this, with a co-host. Like,
Blas is about to be an Adrian sandwich.
Exactly.
Yeah, it happens.
The Adrian sandwich. Amazing. Screenshot like the space and go Adrian sandwich. Just be like Adrian and sandwich. Just Adrian sandwich. Everybody posts Adrian sandwich. Like that'd be so funny.
I mean, don't even include a picture. Just no context. Adrian sandwich.
Yeah,
Let
and
them
everybody's
figure it
be like,
out.
the
Fuck
fuck's
'em.
going on? Yeah. Like you do the Google search. I want to see how well you really want to have the truth, and you're gonna realize there is a truth, and you'd be like, well, that I don't believe that, because you want something more spectacular. And sometimes it really isn't that spectacular. It could just literally be that you forgot to turn the engine on.
I love it when the solution is something simple. And like people had phantasmical theories for it. It was just like, oh, it's cars. Like
Yeah.
what are those lights in Texas? Like the sand just reflects the lights of the cars from the highway. That's what happens.
Mm,
It's a mirage. Ta-da.
yeah. Oh my God, it's floating. Well, it's actually not. It's a reflection. How does that work? It doesn't. Drink some water. I'll explain later.
Which, by the way, if you want to have a real fun time, try explaining light refraction to a flat earther. It's a lot of fun.
Really? Why is that? Because they don't.
Because that the existence of that really upsets a lot of their math.
Really? Interesting. I never thought about that. I debate enough of them to know that.
Yes, and also they will show you all sorts of pictures where you can clearly see the stages of refraction. Like you'll see different shades of ocean as it's different layers of light coming across the horizon. It's like, it's very clear. There's just this line here. Do you think that's a wave? Why do you think it doesn't move? Why do you think it's always there? It's because that's how light works over her horizon and over water. It bends the light.
Real.
I would just like to find one, like, if you really want to end it quick, you can just be like, okay, why can't I see Mount Everest? And that's usually just,
No, they go like, well, the haze. That's it.
oh, yeah, you can only see this far. Then how can I see the stars? Well, the stars are just painted on the ceiling this far away. And you're just like, you lost me.
That one actually kind of makes sense. Where it's like, hey, well, if I'm standing next to Mount Everest, it's like, can I see Mount Everest? Well, that one makes sense because it'd be like, okay, if the haze is there, then the density of the haze. Like that's how I explained it. Actually, when I was a kid, I looked at the world and I was like, right, so this looks like flat, but why can't I see all the other countries? Ah, haze. That's it. And I fucking literally came to that shit. Came to my parents with that shit, and they say like, no, man, the fucking globe is round. Let me show you. Like I said, I could justify anything to myself if I wanted to, because I could just like do things, right? And it's a pretty logical thing, isn't it? Just to say that density of haze, depth of field. That's perfect.
I mean, it is until planes. Like,
exactly.
Then they
That
have to be
covers
like,
a
no,
lot of things.
planes lie about how high they fly. And then you're like, there's a lot of people in on this. At this point, we're well beyond anything people could cover up if they couldn't cover up Watergate.
Yeah. They lie to you about how high they fly. I'm like, oh, really? So do they fly lower? It's like, okay, cool. They fly lower. So you know how air pressure works, right? Because if they were to fly lower, then they would be at this place over here, which means you would have the ability to breathe. Do you want to check that out while we're flying at the non-existent height? Thank you very much. Because you're gonna die.
Stick your head out; it'll be fine.
Yeah, you're totally not gonna blow up or something, or freeze over and just suffocate. Because that's what happens at that height. Which, by the way, is exactly what's gonna happen to you. But like, oh, right. But I can't check that out because they're always keeping the cake. They don't want me figuring that out because they keep the plane sealed. I'm like, well, because if they unseal the plane, you'll be sucked out because the pressure inside the plane is higher than outside because, that's how you work.
I also find it really enjoyable watching flat earther videos where they send cameras up with weather balloons and then they just come up with excuses for what they're seeing.
Oh man. Yeah. They'll be like, well, that's just lens refraction, or it's this, or it's that, and it's like, I don't even know.
Another good one is their light tests where they don't use red lasers, they use blue and green. And then I have to explain how the different light effects affect how the light refracts. Different light refracts at different rates. That's why you can't do it with a red laser, but you can do it with blue or green.
Wow. I assume that has something to do with their choice as well, huh?
Yep. I mean, to them, it's just like, no, this one's easier to see. But to me, I'm like, okay, you see how when they move it around, it's a big fuck off dot instead of the little dot that it's supposed to be?
My God.
That's your symbol. That's your signal right there that you've had some light refraction happen. It doesn't happen nearly the same with the red one. It moves faster.
Real.
Or is it slower? I forget. Yes. So it's lower frequency, so it's less affected by refraction.
So it's slower, not faster.
Yeah.
I literally just turned it to Joe Rogan going, wow, the thing that was incorrect. Fuck. Like, by the way, I can walk through walls. Joe Rogan goes, wow. I'd
He
be
needs
like,
to do more
how are you
stand-up and
doing
less
that?
podcasting.
Yeah. Like, you can walk through walls, really. Can you teach me how to do that? Preferably with the eyes open, because I'm not going to run into a wall, but you are.
Sounds like a really elaborate prank. Just convince somebody really hard that they can run through a wall, and then just watch them just fucking go full bore.
I think that actually happened a bunch. I actually did that once. Kind of. All right, let me explain. So I figured out, so like phones used to be really fast with their like camera. They're like you can pause, unpause, right? And so what I used to do is I used to do like this, I'd record a video of me running up to a door, like really full fucking speed, and then lightly hit the phone against the glass, hit pause at the exact moment that that happens, then go inside behind the door, close the door behind me, and then just kind of shake and turn it on again, and it looked like I'd run through the door. I actually did that so well that it looked very convincing. I even did the falling through the roof thing once, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna fall through the roof. Boom, like that, and then through the thing and onto something on the ground. Right? So you just do the perfect cut and then resume at the exact time. And you do a little bit of sound, and it works perfectly. And I didn't even have to edit it or anything. It was really convincing. And I think this one time somebody watched something like that and just decided to go fucking, you know.
When mind freaking goes wrong.
Yes. Like, wow, I can do that. Boom. No. He didn't even think hard enough to figure out what the hell he's about to do, you know? I did a lot of those videos. And one guy was super confused, like, how the fuck did you do that? I'm like, well, magic.
What do you mean? You haven't unlocked the full potential of your pineal gland, dude? What you gotta go in yourself, and you have to know yourself, and you have to know that you can go through the door.
Like lesbians.
Exactly.
Yes.
You got to think outside the box on that one.
Yes. They tend to do the thinking on the inside more than the outside. I have a feeling. That's why law enforcement usually has to get involved.
Yeah, those statistics be wild. Not gonna lie.
Hey, I'm not going to talk about crime rate statistics. I'm going to talk about domestic abuse amongst lesbians.
Yeah.
That shit's high. I'm like, why is that? Is it that you like what is that? Why is that happen? I don't understand that. Is it that if two females are around each other long enough in the relationship that they turn into masochists, and one of which actually wins out because they're the most violent? I don't understand it. Not masochist, the other one. Which fuck, I forgot it. I don't care.
Sadist?
Something like that, yeah. It's not what I was looking for, but it's close. It'll do, as they say.
Dominatrix?
Maybe. But also not what I was looking for either.
Oh.
Something worse. Although the dominatrix is the reason why the, you know, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Sorry. Sometimes I come up with things that if I said them, it'd cause a lot of problems.
The dominatrix missions are usually my favorite in the Yakuza games.
That's a thing?
Yeah, you have to help teach dominatrixes how to dominate. I think that's in 2 different games. One of them involves like a baby sex club. That's weird.
That is horrifying.
Have you never played the Yakuza games?
No.
I'd highly recommend them. They're very interesting and a lot of fun.
Huh. All right.
You can have a chicken be your building manager. That's a thing.
A chicken?
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
hey, I have a problem. Let me call the manager. I'm like, oh my God, he was such a dick. I'm like, no, that's the manager. It's actually a cock. You see?
And cock or not, he still fixed your pipes. I don't know how, but he did.
Oh, yes! Holy shit. That was good. I love how this show has kind of like devolved into like dad jokes and whatnot. It's like, this is what happens when a whole bunch of people sit in a room. It's like doing this. Wow. Cock or not, he fixed your pipes.
I mean, it's nice to turn off the brain every now and then.
We're not turning off our brains. We're just operating at a different function right now.
I'm just riffing.
This is logic, okay? This is peak logic, okay? You may not like this, but this is peak human behavior.
Doing some Boolean algebra.
What? That is not.
Doing some matrices math.
Okay. Well, they still haven't figured out Markov chains, so what are you doing?
It's all just triangles.
You guys remember when I was hosting a space on my alt account and I requested people with a very specific physical look about themselves? Like, I wonder if they had a shirt that they bought so that they could pose with it. That was an interesting one.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
For some reason, everybody on the stage then got a lot of weird pictures of men, and they're very, very, how do you call those things? Vera, what do you call those things again?
Moobs? What?
Yeah, but like when a dude has it.
I just call them moobs. Man boobs.
Oh, okay, I thought you called them bitch tits or something. Like, what was that?
No, that's Bob. Bob has bitch tits.
Okay.
That's Meatloaf.
His name was Robert Paulson.
Your
That's such a good movie.
Your future political leader is listening to this, by the way. Oh.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
It's what I was talking.
I'm not just listening, I'm actively contributing.
Mm-hmm. Yay, I'm part of the problem.
Somebody asked me if I was a serious presidential candidate when I gave the description of ass balls as when you sit on your own balls in one of my posts. And I forgot to respond with that, of course. I may give the description of the word ass balls, but at least I'm not going to say that you should grab women by the pussy.
That is insane. Man.
I mean, let's face it, folks, the barrier of entry for president has gone down a little bit. So, I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I would rather have a president who fucking jokes around and at least says funny shit instead of one who gets caught saying shit that is just entirely implausible when he doesn't think cameras are running. They're unpalatable. That's the word I wanted.
Interesting.
I mean, like, I don't even understand that statement. Grab him by the pussy. Like, no, that's awkward in many ways. Just don't. Like, that's not good advice. Just don't.
That kind of reminds me of like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode. If you know the scene, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. It's like one of the characters literally grabbed a person by that specific, placing and lifted them up all the way. I'm like, what? So I don't know.
Well,
Did he watch a lot of that when he was growing up, or is that just a acquired taste? Like, what's going on?
well, that is a subgroup. Like, that is a kink family that I know of. Because one night I was on Wikipedia, and you ever be on Wikipedia and you just start somewhere and you wind up somewhere else? I know I started on Penn and Teller, but I did not end on Penn and Teller. Like, I just started clicking around, and somehow I wound up on an article for something called cunt busting, which is apparently the pair of ball busting. And now the Wikipedia article it no longer exists. It has since been deleted from the internet. However, there is still a record of the article existing, so I know I'm not crazy.
There was a game that they would play at my high school called 6 Clicks to Hitler. You would hit the random page on Wikipedia and see how quickly you could find Hitler's Wikipedia page.
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
I mean, it was a thing before I was there.
It's basically the internet version of 6 Degrees from Kevin Spacey. You're not Kevin Spacey, Kevin Bacon.
What? I don't drink enough alcohol to understand these references or to have ever done this stuff to understand what it is.
Oh no, like 6 Degrees from Kevin Bacon is where you name an actor and then you have 6 projects to link them to Kevin Bacon in some way.
What the fuck? Okay.
So like, say some actor did a movie with another guy, and then that guy did a movie with Kevin Bacon, then that guy is 2 degrees away from Kevin Bacon. Like the first guy. The second guy is 1 degree away. And Kevin Bacon's just Kevin Bacon. He is 0 degrees from Kevin Bacon.
Huh.
I don't know. It was like this game just for movie nerds to show off how nerdy they were.
I'm sure you've heard the old adage that you're six people separated from anyone in the world. It's the same concept.
Real.
I'm like, my wife's like very closely related to Ted Nugent. So every time there's a family reunion, it's just full of Nugents. That's interesting. There's just gaggles of them.
Gaggles.
Amazing.
It's just kind of a weird thing to stumble upon. First time I go to one of them gatherings, like Nugent. I'm like, what? What's happening here? Is that so?
I wonder why.
Al Gore. That's why.
That was a fun time. I mean, it was a funny time, rather.
Like the whole Florida recount thing. Were you alive for that?
I don't think I
Do you
was. I don't
remember
think I
that?
was alive for that. No,
Oh. Like,
I didn't know much
when was
about anything
that?
back then.
That was W, but was that W1 or W like round
W2.
2?
Yeah, it was W2. Because the interesting thing about it was W1's other son was the governor of Florida. So, like, once it hit a certain point, he basically just declared it for his brother. And technically, Gore should have won.
By W2, I meant George W.'s second presidential election, not the first one. Like, because he had the 2 terms. I couldn't remember if it was 2000
It would
or
have been the first one.
2004.
It would have been the first term.
Yeah, because he went up against John Kerry the second time.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the millennium year.
And before that, there was Y2K.
Yeah, dude, nothing burger.
Yes.
Hey, you
I
call it a
remember-
nothing burger. I call it an entire cupboard, like closet, full of preserved food, so I wouldn't have to go downstairs and cook shit anymore. That was nice.
Wow. I still remember like people's
remember-
recounting of that time. They'd just be like, "Hey, man, so what happened was we just like walked outside and we just waited for the lights to turn off. And then when the lights didn't turn off, we realized, oh, there's no Y2K, nobody dies, we're all good." And then it just vanished.
Exactly.
And see, look, actually, Y2K was a real thing. It just, nothing happened because all the people who built the shit that would have Y2K'd fixed it before it Y2K'd. That's why nothing went to shit. So they had to get all of the retired ass people, all the COBOL devs and such, they had to get them back in, pay them a nice sum, and have them fix all of their stuff so that it finally works. Because nobody would have conceptualized that that shit was going to last that long. But it did. And it was everywhere. And now I want you to take a quick trip down memory lane or like your imagination or whatever you happen to be using for the construction of narratives in your brain. I assume that's universal, actually. It's weird that I don't know that. But imagine what else is foundational to the digital world, which runs by a similar problem. Imagine if the next Y2K, we don't even know what it is. And we couldn't even imagine
Y3K.
what it is. Because we don't know what the fuck the internet's built on, which is the truth. We kind of don't. The infrastructure that runs most of our internet goes through some legacy systems in America. And almost nobody knows how the fuck any of that shit works. So if it were to break one day, we are fucked.
It's gonna be like that big ass router in the South Park episode when the internet goes down when they have to unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah.
Actually, it's like the time. No, I'm not gonna. I was gonna talk about Cisco routers, but then I realized it was not a good idea.
Instead of a giant router, it's just gonna be an Excel document that somebody deletes then the internet doesn't work anymore.
Well, it's a funny thing that my mom did once. She like deleted something on her PC, and then she literally said, "Oh my god, I think I deleted the internet." I'm like, really?
I cracked up too.
I lost it right then and there. I think I deleted the internet. I'm like, what the fuck?
I did not know you had such power.
That's the moment where I was like, you know what? I don't think I can do. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna do nothing and walk away because it's not gonna be fun for you. It's gonna be fun for me, not for you. So I'm just gonna walk away. Hey, I think I deleted the internet. I'm like, what? No. Like, tell me you don't understand technology without telling me you don't understand technology. I deleted the internet. That was incredible.
But Cisco routers would be a fun topic to talk about.
That's exactly what I'm not going to talk about. There's reasons, okay? Now,
This is the first thing Siraj says.
what's wrong with this guy? Suraj, you're Indian. You gotta start Sohan maxing. Go to San Francisco, make a fake GPT wrapper, and get the CCP honeypot allocated to you. State mandatory GF. Go get one. Make sure to sell it for an 8. Your ass is not valuable enough.
Why the CCP honeypot though?
Because that's the only chance you'll have.
Wow.
Dear Lord, I hope my my next greatest challenge is the CCP honeypot.
It's not a challenge. I mean, it's going to become a challenge because the .com bubble is going to come, guys. Oh yeah. If you haven't already clued it up enough, like 80% of all those startups are going to go belly up very soon because the money's going to run out.
All the AI skins are gonna go belly up.
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you think happens when they shut down OpenAI? I just want to see what happens when they just turn it off. Like, see all that code and all the functionality just like disappear. I'm like, hey, you know all those APIs everybody's been getting you to use? You realize that's like not under your control, right? That's somebody else's info flow. It's like saying I have a water source, but it's your neighbor's like fucking it's your neighbor's water hose that they forgot to turn off before they like went away during the winter or some shit, you know? They're like, wow, I have a water source. I'm like, no, you don't. You have a mistake. Oh, wow. Guys, we have a forest fire. Ah, piece of shit.
Yeah.
Son, I stubbed my toe. Swearing is good. It helps you relieve the pain and makes you laugh afterwards. So then your problems are gone. Like, I went to a cafe, and I'm really good at balancing shit normally. But this time it didn't work out too well. Because the door opened awkwardly. And dude, that shit flew fucking high and right on the ground. There was coffee everywhere. It's so fucking retarded. I was standing there, and everybody was looking at me all like, hey guys. That was fun. But no, never mind. What did I want to say? Oh yeah, right. Back to the So you don't control the data flow. And you guys remember the .com bubble?
Oh yeah.
So you guys want to see part 2? Because that's what's gonna happen.
Oh good.
I'm not much into short selling. I think it's really ass. But this is one of the things I am definitely going to short.
You should buy put options. It's a more ethical way to do that.
Are you trying to tell me about ethics in an ethicless industry? My bro. standards.
No, but like the profits, like if you know something's going to happen, the profits on put options is you know, a little more risky, but way more rewarding.
How's it rewarding though?
Because your upfront cost is significantly lower. So
Okay.
instead of having to, cover the price of the stock, you're just covering the price of the option. So, like for instance, if you were to go buy like a Nvidia puts at like 100, you'd pay $100 an option, and for every dollar that the price went under 100, you would make that $100 back. So if it went down to like 90, you would make 1,000 per. So you'd make 1,000% return if you bought a $100 put option and it went to 90.
Okay.
Whereas if you were to short that, you would have only made $600.
All right, cool. I'll buy put options instead. But yeah, still functionally shorting it.
Adrian, check the chat for my CCP honeypot meme.
Yeah. I don't understand. Where?
In the purple pill?
That's not the chat, is it? No, it's not there either.
Right. Okay.
But you do some dumb shit sometimes. Oh, I know this one. Yeah, I know this post. The last thing you see before you start leaking state secrets. Yeah, I know this one. Here's the fun part. You can never leak, but that's why you have to be the that's why you have to be these the GPT wrapper, because you cannot ever leak any state you cannot leak any state secrets if the state never gave you any secrets. So even if your cognitive security is ass, the beautiful thing is that you're useless.
There's
It's
a
like that
term
movie,
for
you know?
this in
No,
cybersec.
it's like this, it's like this, it's like this. I cannot be used if I'm useless.
It's like an AI startup that their gimmick is being radically transparent, but the thing that they're radically transparent about is that they don't actually do anything.
Exactly. Hey, you can't outsmart me, cause I'm retarded. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. It's so horrible.
If anybody's ever going to stop me in my tracks in a conversation, it is somebody who is so stupid that they have literally made me speechless trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in their head.
Challenge accepted.
It's rare, but when it happens, it's like I'll just give up. Like, it's not worth it. I don't need to know what's going on in there. It's fine.
I could just like not do it.
Not do what now?
Yeah, this is nice.
If you stop doing conversations, I'd be a little bit sad.
Not that. I mean, I could just like not speak to that.
To the stupid. I find stupid people very inspiring sometimes.
Why?
Because they say shit that I would never possibly think. And it causes me to think things that weren't the thing that they said, but things that I wouldn't have thought of in other situations. Well, for me, it's not really about quality of input sometimes. It's just about input that I haven't already processed on some point in my head. Like, I just need something completely out there to make me go, oh, thanks. Nothing to do with what you said. You just made me think of something completely different. So thanks.
Yeah. Been there.
I find intellectual people don't stimulate that in me as much. Because, like, I don't know, say shit that I frequently thought myself. And I'll just kind of go, oh, okay. But when a stupid person says something that's just so dumb that I have to spend mental resources to pick apart, well, what bits of information are missing to make that be the statement that came out of their mouth, like, that takes me on a journey.
Real.
And then other times it's just so stupid, like nothing good happens from it. It's like, oh, you're just, like, you don't even know how the world works. You think the sun is made of magic. Okay, I'm just gonna leave.
The moon is made of cheese.
I disagree. The moon is a giant egg.
Yeah.
I hope it's a
Where
dinosaur
else would
egg.
dragons come from?
I love how our brains went basically to the same place there.
Yeah. Where do dragons come from? I don't know. My jokes, because I'm dragging these nuts all over.
Oh.
Oh.
No. Man, that joke's never gonna die. This has been with me. Like, I don't remember a time when it didn't exist.
Which one?
Kind of like D's nuts.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's what she said. It's just always going to be.
Because you can, in
It was a
fact, just say
sadder
things.
time.
Do you know about the Saturn burger?
Nope.
It's a
I
burger with
hope
a
you told
massive.
me.
It's a massive onion ring in the center of it. That's literally it. So fucking anticlimactic that was.
There's a restaurant in Iowa that sells a burger where the bun is 2 large fried mac and cheese wedges.
That sounds incredibly unhealthy.
Yeah, but it's real fucking delicious.
I don't think I would think that that's delicious, but okay, I probably might try it if we ever get to that point.
Yeah, they kind of use like a white cheddar, so it coats the burger with a nice, like, sticky, cheesy taste. So it doesn't eat cheese itself. It's real good.
Yeah.
There's that one place that uses donuts for the bun.
I think there's a couple places that do that. It's kind of like the Juicy Lucy in Minnesota, where they put the cheese in the middle of the burger.
That actually sounds pretty good.
It is. However, I'm not gonna lie, if you do happen to be in the Twin Cities area and you're looking for a burger, there's a place called the D Spot that has a burger called the 50/50, where it's literally just half ground beef and half ground bacon put together into a burger, and it's fucking amazing.
Man.
God. Now I really want something spicy. I hope I have some spicy ramen left over.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh man, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I mean, ramen and rice are the two main food groups, right? Right after meat.
What?
Meat, ramen, and rice. That's all you need.
Maybe, maybe, maybe you're not wrong. I don't know. Bodybuilders will agree.
Oh, and eggs. Eggs are very important. Eggs are the fucking best.
That they are. I haven't had eggs in a bit. Actually, no, I had eggs this morning.
It still kind of blows my mind that my breakfast each day when I worked at Activision was a dozen baked eggs every fucking day.
Okay.
There's no way I could eat a dozen eggs now, but then, like, I don't know, I was just on my feet so much of the day that I'd wake up and just eat a dozen eggs like you do, I guess.
On your feet, what does that mean? Like you're actually standing around all the time? How?
Yeah. I have to walk from place to place to check the status of different things. Had to talk to people. Having to talk to people meant walking across the test floor. And Activision hires about, I don't know, a couple of hundred QA testers at a time. So the office is a pretty big space. It's quite a bit of distance to travel, considering my office was kind of in a back corner on the opposite end of the building. So despite the fact that most of my communication was with the other half of the building, anytime I had to like actually run a test with people, I'd have to get up and walk around. And then also when I was a tester, like during World War II, they had that hub where we had to have 100 fucking PCs in the lobby. So I'd have to walk around the entire office just setting up gaming computers that were strewn about everywhere. So everybody could move from their gaming consoles over to a gaming computer. That was fun.
Do you ever miss that?
I mean, kind of. Just because I would find very novel ways to do it quickly, which was kind of like spinning plates. It was kind of fun, like going through and installing Windows on one computer, and then on the computer next to it, it already has Windows installed. So I'm installing Steam on that one. Next one next to that is one step ahead of it. So I'm installing the gaming drivers on that one. And I just kind of have like a system for all of them.
That's how you
Going
can
back
do many
around.
things at the same time without actually doing things at the same time. The things are doing themselves, eh?
Yeah.
It's all about time.
I like I do miss like when I would walk over and people wouldn't be doing what they were supposed to be doing, and instead I would stand there and try and figure out what they were doing until they figured out I was standing behind them, at which point they would go, huh. And I go, what you up to? That was always fun. I was never really mad. I was just like, wonder what they found that distracted them. Nope, it's just ADHD. They're just fucking off. I should probably say something. No, this will be more fun. I'm just going to stand here and wait. Plus, like, you gotta imagine, like, most of the QA staff is like young teenagers who are super fucking nerdy. So the conversations that you would walk by, like, would just be the most nerdy weeb ass shit that you'd ever heard. And it was just real fun to overhear those conversations too. People getting into a heated debate over who had the best sword in Bleach. Like, shit
Wow.
like that. It's just kind of fun to watch the nerd culture evolve and get more nerdy as people got more and more sleep deprived, as the game crunch got more and more.
Kind of like this.
Yeah, basically. It's quite nostalgic, except we don't have people like trying out Amazon Prime when it first came out and just ordering bags and bags of candy. That was fun. Like the first week that Amazon Prime came out in Minnesota, like the 2 people on night shift ordered, I want to say 50 bags of Halloween candy from Amazon Prime. And they were like the big Sam's Club style bags. So we just had a corner in the PC area that was just full of Halloween candy for like 2 weeks.
My God.
I miss QA testing games. I'm not gonna lie about that one, because there's just something so satisfying about making the game do something that it's not supposed to do. Well, you've played Halo with me. You've watched me just fuck off because I noticed a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of how I find things. Like the time when I spawned inside of that like destroyed car in that one map, just by crouching next to it and then dying, and then you guys revived me. I'm just like, oh, I'm stuck in here now. Yay!
You figured out something.
I can shoot out, but they can't shoot at me. Ha ha ha! Ah, the spawn moved. Now there's nothing.
Dude, Call of Duty was always fun because you could like go inside walls randomly.
Yeah. The beauties of that old Quake 3 engine.
Yeah.
I think my favorite one was on one of the zombies maps in Black Ops 3. If you stood on the stairs and you had a Goliath zombie hit you while you were holding out a shield, it could just push you right down beneath the stairs and you'd just be underneath them.
And you
That's
could just
great.
could you shoot out?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
But I mean, you'd run out of ammo, but it wouldn't matter because you could still just punch them.
Wow.
Or another good one was when I figured out in Advanced Warfare, they had like these exo shield like abilities where you could get like a shield and things. And I figured out that if you pull out the shield right as you're pack-a-punching it, the shield would just get attached to the weapon.
So now you have a shield weapon.
Yeah. You could just hide in the corner with the weapon and nothing would be able to get through because there's just this fucking shield attached to it, which is not how that should have been coded at all. Like, that is, like, you shouldn't have that as a property of the fucking shield. You should have it a property of the character who owns the shield. It shouldn't be transferable to other objects. What are you doing? Like, just had to have a good laugh at that one.
I mean, you can't deny it's like fun. Remember the thing you told me about, the infinite rocket launcher glitch? Infinite rocket launcher? That's just fun, eh? Like, why not? You know? Hey, I'm become human airstrike. Like, okay.
We had several of those. I think the best one was one of the DLCs for Advanced Warfare. There was this energy gun that also had like a switch for a grenade launcher, but they tied the grenade launcher to the energy, like the recharging part of it. So you could just shoot grenades like mad. And you're just fucking flinging them halfway across the map and picking each other off with them. So much fun.
I mean, it becomes a grind at some point that is not nice. But like when you have a bunch of people together.
You cut out. Periscope's being dicky.
Yeah, you cut it.
Which, by the way, I don't know if anybody saw me disappear for a while, but my phone was not happy about this spaces for some reason. It just like flipped out, and all of the different like emojis for everyone, all the reactions in the audience stopped for about 5 minutes, and then they all happened at once, and then my phone went, nah.
Aha! It worked. Holy fuck.
Back.
Oh, hello, hello. Welcome back.
Joined on the other phone. My other phone went down to shit.
Seems to be the theme for today.
Technical difficulties.
How long was X down today? Okay,
wait, it was?
Huh? At least for an hour or two.
I was in a dead zone. For me, everything was down relative to my perspective.
That's fair. No, it started, I want to say, around 11, I think, is when notifications started going down. 11 Central Time. And then eventually the entire site was just like, no, I'm good. Couldn't access it from the app, couldn't access it from the web. Just kind of went away for a little bit.
Wow.
It kind of ruined my buzz. I was in a good posting mood. I was doing lots of replies, and then everything broke. I was like, nah, I guess I'll just go play RuneScape. I got to do something degenerate, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know, like, what has been going on with the X servers lately. I think that, like, everything went down a couple days ago, 2, 3 days, 4 days ago. And then there was that fire in the one data center that took down messages. That was
funky. Yeah. Messages and notifications, mind you.
Like, to me, that's unacceptable. Like a 1 point of failure in a production project, that seems like a thing you shouldn't do. Personally, I mean, just by my own coding standards, I generally like a fallback, at least one, for any public service.
Yeah, what if they didn't know? You know, like, because the thing they inherited was really strange. So what if they didn't know that, and only then they figured it out when the whole thing was on fire?
Yeah, that's what the outages have been. They're like, what happens when we turn this one off? Oh.
It's like, where is this one located? Well, let me turn this button off and see what happens. Oh, yep, that's the one I'm looking for. Fuck.
Then there's just the one, like that one light switch in the old house where you're like, what the fuck does this one go to? And it's only affecting accounts made before 2008. So there's like 3 really old people who are just like, hey, it's just like the olden days.
It was like coded in for some reason. They turned it off, and then everybody has animated profile pictures again. That would be insane.
That's sweet.
Oh, dude, if that happens, they're going to need way more servers. That's going to cook the whole site. I hope they don't ever bring back animated profile pictures.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, yeah, it was. So here, it's like a legacy feature. If you had an animated profile picture at the time, you will still on browser see the animated profile picture when they're in this space.
Yeah, it looks epic.
Neat.
And when you're on Android, you go to my profile, you click on my profile picture. You actually don't get a square profile picture. You get a landscape aspect one, because that's how mine was cropped back then. Because like I used this was actually an NFT profile picture of mine. Right, like actually it's a profile picture that I turned into a UTXO on Bitcoin that I streamed it to the Ethereum blockchain to act as a fake NFTs because I wanted to like, you know, trash talk the whole concept of Ethereum because I didn't like it because I like Bitcoin. Long story. Oh, fuck. Anyway, so what happened was, since it was a full picture, I then wanted to put it on, and I did, and it auto-cut it at the center to this picture right here. And so technically the data that is the picture is still there in the same way. Oh, and by the way, it's eternally on the Bitcoin blockchain. That's a starting point. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it's really cool.
So if you follow the metadata, if there even is any there, it'll lead you right back to the Bitcoin blockchain. And it's always going to be there for as long as Bitcoin exists. Ain't that something?
Amazing.
Ugh. All right, I want to play some video games. Veer, Wise,
Yeah, let's do it.
who else? Who else? Who else has a computer that works?
I think Alt said he wanted to. He might be
Right.
tired now. Who knows? Yeah.
All right, good. We're doing it. We're doing it.
Hey, see you boys in a bit.
Yep.
Hey,
I'm
y'all enjoy.
Good night. Good night.
Bye, everybody.
I'm gonna schedule a conversation for next week, and then yeah, but I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm gonna do that in a little bit. I'm too tired and I want to just do things. I just got back from a really interesting trip and I stayed in one fucked up ass hotel, so I need a break. So yeah, see you guys. And by break, I mean killing a shit ton of fucking bots. Let's go.